Welcome everybody. What's going on? Welcome. 2 minutes early today. It's not like me, is it? 2 minutes early, man. How are we all doing? What a bloody hot, horrible day. It's been gross. We've been doing like the worst job you could possibly do on a day like today. Actually, I saw Liam in the Discord had been scraping a roof. That's probably worse, to be fair. But we've been grinding and repointing, and yeah, wearing a mask, wearing goggles, headphones, you know, hot and horrible. Mark, welcome. I'm early, mate. 2 minutes early. Andy, you right, mate? Dauntless. Is it Monday? I've got the right day, haven't I? Because I'm all over the place at the minute. It's actually crazy. Yeah, it's Monday. We're good. Hey, Darren, you right, mate? We'll be about 9ish if you need out. Oh, nice. Are you you want to jump on for a bit? Hey, Shane, mate, you right? I'm very well, thanks, Mark. Hot and sticky. You want to see what I've been doing today? Actually, it's probably better on Instagram. Smart exterior. You're right, mate. Got a big wool job coming up, and I'm worried the buyer side won't do a good job. Do you want to send me a picture, mate? You got any pickies? This was an incredible transformation. It's been a labour of love, but it was worth every minute. We really tried to do like a really thorough, proper job on this one. Not that I don't on my other ones, but like I weren't trying to get through it. I weren't trying to rush. I was just taking each step as it came, trying to enjoy the process. Even Jakey said he was enjoying it. He said, you know, stick your headphones on and just listen to your music, and the grinding isn't so bad. I think, what did he say it was? Either the heat or the dust made it worse. Can't remember. Someone recommended that I wet the patio first before we start grinding, but it doesn't work. It just makes everything sticky and like sludgy, and you can't actually see where you're grinding. As soon as that dust all gets wet, it doesn't blow out the way. Because normally, if everything's covered in dust and then you go in with the grinder, all the dust sort of separates so you can see where you're pointing the grinding wheel. But if it's wet, that doesn't happen. And it's all just brown and sludgy. I am home, busy day watching the Glads. Yeah, I saw the picture in the Discord. You've been to Gladiator. That looked pretty sick. If I was to watch Gladiator these days, it'd bring back so many memories. It'd be so nostalgic. Gladiator ready! Started in January, the phone's gone dead these last 5 or 6 weeks. I'm advertising more than ever and nothing's coming in. Yeah, things have gone a little bit quiet. Maybe it's time to think about, I mean, everyone's going on holiday around about this time of year, so this is quite common. Sort of August, September is the time when everyone's away, and if they're not away, they're saving to go away, and so they're probably not spending money on their house. And so someone gave me some advice. I can't remember who told me. I think it was my accountant that told me. Just book a holiday, you know, end of August, beginning of September, because every trade sees a slight sort of dip. Every, you know, outdoor service. Okay, Darren, mate. No worries. Yeah, so it might be worth either thinking about diversifying and offering a few more of the services. Like, I don't know what you do at the moment, but I'm thinking about creating a separate website just for solar panel cleaning, and sort of I think I need to spend more time on my website and just add some more stuff, because like I don't even advertise things like repointing. The solar panel cleaning thing could be a little bit more extensive as well. It's like I want to show people that it's not just pressure washing. I do like specialist services that some people might not expect. That's a funny one. I don't know. Bill, you right, mate? You sent me something on Discord. I've been working on a video. I haven't put a video out on Monday, but I'm going back on Wednesday, and we're hopefully going to finish it off on Wednesday. I'll try not to share the address, mate, but it's at the top of the picture, so it's going to be quite hard. There we go. So you're worried that the biocide's not going to do its job? It is very black up at that chimney top, isn't it? Like, it looks almost like carbon staining. But I don't think it is, because at all the points where you'd expect the water to run, it's like dark. And so I'd say that's organic. And biocide will have no issue with that, mate. You'll be absolutely fine, I'd say. How long? What sort of dilution have you done? Did you say you've already done it, or you're doing it? Big wall job coming up, and I'm worried about the biocide not doing a good job. I'll see. I haven't done it yet. Yeah, I mean, if you apply biocide to that with like a backpack and a water-fed pole and a brush, spray it on, brush it in, give it a couple of weeks, and I bet you'd see a massive transformation. You could even try pressure washing some of this off, but to be honest, it's not that bad. It's not the worst I've seen. Looks like you got some big watermarks up by the drain pipe there, sort of behind the drain pipe, which is a strange place to have it. Wonder if they've got a leak up there somewhere. Is this the first one you've done then? Is this the first render job that you've done? What you could do, to give you an idea of the sort of results you can expect from the biocide, is you could take like a particularly dirty patch, like that patch down there, that darker bit down here, and you could take some hypo with you, just like 5 to 1, or sorry, 1 to 5, or 1 to 4, maybe a bit stronger. And you could just spray a bit of hypo in that corner and just leave it for 10 minutes to see what happens. And if it clears, then that's the sort of result you can expect from the biocide. It's just that the biocide's going to take a little bit longer. You might find it clears over a couple of days, but I'd sort of set the customer's expectations and say it's going to be sort of, you know, more like weeks before you start to see a difference. There goes the dog. You can get grinding shrouds with a vacuum attachment, vertical orientation, and then a cyclonic dust chamber for the vacuum. You can capture 95% of the dust. Bit long-winded, but it works. Yeah, so what we did was we ended up going around afterwards and sucking the dust. So this was obviously the during, so very, very dusty on the floor. Bit of thunder and lightning, and then we did this afterwards. And Julia made me feel so stupid about this because she shared it on her story, and messaged me saying, sort of like, what's that yellow adapter? And that yellow adapter is from Equip to Clean, and it's a reducer. Because I offered up the base pole to that cleaning head. This is something Julia sent me out a while ago, and I think this is the first opportunity I've had to use it, to be honest. Properly, anyway. And I offered it up to the base pole, and it was the same size, so it just didn't fit. I'm so stupid, because obviously the other poles that you get with the gutter vacuum have reducers on the end of them, and they'd have just slotted straight into it. I felt like such a knob when she told me. Because it kept falling off, because that reducer wasn't designed for that. So I struggled for about half an hour with that. I have to keep unblocking it, because it was obviously reducing down to about 38mm instead of 50 and 55, 51. By the way, I've been repointing wrong this whole time. We invested in a squeegee this afternoon because we were just browsing in like a DIY shop. And I thought, I've seen loads of people using squeegees with this jointing compound. I just wanted to give it a go. I loved it. I thought it was much more precise. I thought you could push the material around a little bit easier, a little bit less messy than a brush, because I don't like the way it all clings to the brush. Jakey hated it. He said he just couldn't get on with it. Quite good for the edges, but he couldn't get on with it for whatever reason, so we went back to the broom. So I rate the squeegee. The other thing I've not been doing, like it always says on the instructions, once you've brushed all the jointing compound in and compressed it, leave it 15 minutes to dry. And I always skip this step because I panic that it's going to dry on the face of the slabs. And I thought, it takes 24 hours to dry, so what's 15 minutes going to make a difference? Like, I might as well just get rid of it now while I can, instead of waiting around. But the magic happens. When you leave it 15 minutes, you sort of go around. Is it called tampering? When you compress it with that little pointing tool. So brush it all into the joints, or squeegee it into the joints. Tamper it and just leave it. You don't need to brush any of the excess up or anything. You just leave it 15 minutes. Come back, and then at that point, when you start to brush it all up, it comes up a dream. It doesn't stick to the slabs. This bit here, just soft brush. You get all the excess off the face of the slabs, and you get such a lovely finish in the joints. The joints are almost hard at this point, weirdly. And so you can sweep them without causing any grooves and stuff with the soft brush. And it just leaves you like a perfect finish. And I've been skipping this step the whole time I've been repointing. And I feel like a dumbass. If I'd have just like read the instructions, and instead of thinking I know better and just actually following the instructions, I could have made my life so much easier. It's still hard work, don't get me wrong, but it's so much more effective. What are you guys saying? Thanks for all the content. We'll be starting to pressure wash in the next few months. Your quote tool is great, but do you quote chemical use additionally, or is that always part of the service? The new quoting tool that Matt's working on will have, you will be able to add chemical application, and you can also work out your chemical dilution and how much you can expect to spend on that job. So if you've got 50 square meters to wash and you're going to be washing it at 5:1, it'll work out how much chemical you can expect to use, so you can sort of price that into the job as well. Hello Squeegee Dave, you're right mate. Squeegee Dave, did you win the GVS giveaway? Am I remembering that right, or was it someone else? The £250 voucher. I'll give it a go and see what happens. Yeah, it'll be my first one. It's worse in real life. The entire right side of the wall is grey. Yeah, I mean, if it's... do a test patch with hypo, and if it is organic, then you'll see a difference within minutes. And then that will give you a bit of confidence that the biocide is going to do its job. If it's not organic and it's like if it's like carbon from like road, from loads of traffic and stuff, sometimes these houses in like city centres and stuff, they get like black carbon all up the side of the walls if they've been there for ages and they've never been cleaned. Then you might find like Synergy would be a better option. But yeah, it's always good to do a test patch. Or brush the whole thing with hypo, you could do that, yeah. Alright, Dauntless. Went at the gutters today on front of house. Was 6 years full at least. I'm siding with 7. Carpets of briars. Carpets of briars? What are briars? Weeds, moss, grass. Was it went at gutters today on front of house? Have you only recently started doing gutter clearing, mate? Julia's in the chat. It did make me laugh when you realised, but next time it's just the tapered end. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when you sent me that. I was like, oh, because it all makes sense instantly, obviously. Oh, you bought a generator. Nice, mate. Well done. It was me who read it wrong. Still waiting for the voucher. Sorry if you've answered this already. Only been on the last 5 minutes. Have you tried ProJoint Titan yet? They're sending me some out. They're being very generous. Extremely generous. Surprisingly generous. They contacted me on TikTok. Sort of said, you know, let us know if you want to do anything and try out our products and stuff. And so I sent them a message the other day saying I've got, yeah, a fairly hefty Indian sandstone repointing job coming up. I'd love to try out the Titan. And they said, great, we'll send you some. I thought it was going to take like 3 or 4 to 5 tubs maybe. And he said, we'll send you 7 just in case. I'm like, okay. Thanks. I saw your story on Instagram today, hoovering the cement dust with your gutter vac. Made me cringe. That job is for my cheap screw fix vac. What's wrong with Coda? Please chill out. What's wrong with it, with doing it with my gutter vac? It's it does the same job, doesn't it? You worried I'm going to damage it? Coda, Coda, you're embarrassing me. Coda. Coda, get in your bed. She don't normally go for this long. Something's going on. Just the neighbours. Just the neighbours coming home. God. Hey, look what happened today. Oh, Rich is going to join me in a second. I forgot Rich was... he's probably waiting, isn't he? I didn't realise it was 1:45 already. Look what happened to me on the way home. That is my auxiliary belt. So now I've got no power steering. My alternator's not recharging. And I need to get a new one and replace it tomorrow. So yeah, literally I was coming around my road, pulling into the road, luckily, because I've been going quite fast on dual carriageways and stuff, just pulled into my road and suddenly the steering locked up and I couldn't move the steering wheel. And I just had to screech to a stop on the path. And I realised, like, with a lot of effort, I could still turn the wheel. It just popped instantly, and I was like, okay, must be the power steering belt. Interested to see the Titan. I'm gonna grab Rich if he's about. So I'm probably keeping him waiting, aren't I? Hello. Hello.
Hello, mate. You alright?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, really good, buddy. Really good. How things your end?
I'm all good. Let me just turn my camera on for you.
No worries.
Have you got your camera today?
I should do. No, what's come on.
My screens are all over the place. There we go. You see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Can't seem to get mine off for some reason. I'll work it out some.
Do. Right. You've been working today?
Just been at home. Just working from home, big down the computer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, trying to edit some videos and everything. So.
Oh, yeah, you're doing a bit of YouTube.
Starting off with TikTok.
Nice.
Yeah, get a bit more familiar with TikTok, and then we'll see how we get on with YouTube. Hopefully it'll be not too bad.
That's awesome, mate.
There we go. That should be my camera.
Here he is.
That's awesome, mate. I can't see me.
I can see you.
That's really weird. I can't see it from my phone.
Oh.
Oh, right then the YouTube freezes.
Cement dust is fine dust. The filter on the GVS will offer a fair bit of protection, but worst case, the motor will fail. I didn't know cement dust was bad. I might have broke my vacuum then in that case. Damn it. I saw your big Indian sandstone repointing job the other day.
Oh yeah, I was so late posting that, to be honest. That was done. Was that done? Done over a month ago. That was.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
Nice one.
Let
me see if I can bring it up.
Yeah, you didn't even mention that one. That looked like an absolute monster.
Yeah, well, that was one I quoted on before I went on holiday, and yeah, it was the biggest job that I'd quoted. So I was a bit like, should I be doing it? It's honestly, it turned out really good, and I think jumping on a couple of repointing jobs before I'd done that one, yeah, it was absolutely fine. As soon as I got in the swing of things, I was all good.
Was that the before pictures? Because it looks quite clean and the joints look quite empty. Was that?
Yeah, yeah, so that's that. Yeah, I grinded all the joints out.
Oh, okay.
And then I took the photos. Yeah, I didn't clean it, but I just grinded all the joints out and then swept up and everything, and then took the photos. So I forgot the very before photos.
Yeah. Mate, that looks great. I bet that was absolute graft on your own.
Yeah, it was because I've done the front as well. I think they got 100 and there's another job that I've posted. I think it's about 180 odd square meter block paved drive that they've got out the front as well. So in total, I think I was there for about 5 or 6 days doing it all. But this top section here, where you've got on some of the photos, you've got the drainage.
Yep.
The reason why that drain is there now is because every single one of them tiles were loose. So ground all the joints.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, because in the before pictures it's not there, and then there's suddenly a drain in the after.
Yeah, so we think it was one of the last houses built, and that top section was where they dumped a lot of stuff, and we think it's just causing sinking and moisture's coming up from the ground. So all of them were literally just, you could pick them up, even the massive ones. So they put that drain in. So it wasn't me, it was my brother-in-law. He's put all the drainage there, just to try and get any standing water off, because it was just,
Yeah, it's a great idea.
yeah, it was chaos.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Thank you, Julia.
Yeah, no.
Have a good evening. Thanks for popping in. Sorry, mate. Carry on.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so that put a bit of a delay on the job. By about, I think it was about a week and a half, 2 weeks. I filmed all this as well, so
Did you?
I'm gonna create a TikTok, and then I'll post like a reel as well. But I just need to get around to like editing the videos and that. But it was before I had the
Osmo
camera that.
Yeah. Are you like talking to the camera, or are you sort of just filming the job?
Just literally filming the job. Yeah, just filming the job, putting it on like a hyperlapse, just to speed things up. But
Awesome.
I think that was the first one I've filmed, actually. That one. The others I've just been taking like before and after photos, getting the best before and after photos I can. And that was the first one filming. But since then, I've got this little camera that we've got. What is it? It's the
DJI Osmo. I think you've got the 3.
Yeah, Action 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've been filming pretty much all of them, so I'm just getting like familiar with editing all the videos and actually creating something half decent, and then I'll start posting. But I think I've done 2 or 3 on TikTok already. But yeah,
are you taking it from the camera onto you like downloading it onto your phone through the app, or are you putting it on the computer first and then edit it on the computer?
Yeah, putting it on the computer. I use Canva, so I just edit through Canva. What do you use? You've got a free piece of software, haven't you, that you use?
Well, the issue with uploading to TikTok from your computer is that there's not half as many features on the browser version of TikTok, so you can't like add captions and stuff. Like sometimes I overlay some text, like the voice captions, so people you don't need the sound on to be able to understand what's happening in the video.
Right.
And those videos always, the ones that I voice over and the ones that I add captions on, always do way better than any of my other videos that I'm not speaking in.
Right, okay.
And so I always like to add those captions, but I don't think you get that feature on the browser version, on the desktop version of TikTok.
Right, okay. I'll give that a go then. Yeah, 'cause it all seems it's so much easier on your phone.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Like on your computer, it just like I don't know.
What I do.
It doesn't flow. Really weird.
Did you get that app working? The Osmo app?
Yeah, I got it working. Yeah, because
nice.
it actually it blocked me out until I actually downloaded the app.
Right.
I had to download the app before I could even like access the camera. Gives you like 5 attempts. So I managed to get that downloaded from Samsung store.
It's so bizarre the way they sell this product, and then you can't use the product before you download an app, and they don't have the app available. It just doesn't work on most phones.
I know. I was thinking, so it's a pain in the arse that you spend a couple of 250 quid on a camera, buzzing to get it. You're going to start filming. You want to get straight to it, and then you find out that you can't even download the app, and it takes you like 2 weeks to find out how to download it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bizarre because I was close to sending it back, but
me too.
Until the last day of trying.
Yeah. So on that app, you can like pair with the camera and download the footage onto your phone, and then you can just edit it on your phone and upload it to TikTok. Then.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It might be worth doing that. It's going to take up quite a lot of data on your phone, obviously, but I think you've been having problems with that. Yeah.
Data at the moment, man. The computers ran out, my phone's ran out. Like, I've had to buy this frigging external hard drive. So I'm literally just transferring everything over to that just to try and free up some space on my computer, because Canva's a bit like jolty.
Yeah.
And I think it's because I've just got no like memory, and it's just really clogging up my laptop. But I'm moving all of that over at the moment just to free up some, and hopefully the videos will flow a bit better. But I'll certainly try.
Life of a content creator.
I know. And me and technology, mate. We don't get that.
No, you're getting there though. I can't believe how much I can't believe how much work you're putting out at the minute. It's amazing. It's so
Thank you.
good.
I appreciate it, but
Someone
been good.
Someone in the chat said that has anyone else noticed that it's been drying up the last 4 or 5 weeks? It's gone really quiet. Have you noticed a dip?
Yeah, I mean, maybe over the last week or so, I've had 4 or 5 inquiries, but
That's
to be
good
honest,
though. That's still good.
haven't landed a job though. So it's been like, that kind of patch where there's still a couple of bits to go at, but nothing, concrete that's going to bring money in. I've got a few jobs booked up in September. What's helped is obviously, which I'm sure we'll talk about, is the mini job that we've done. That's obviously helped us out. But yeah, it has slowed down. But I think I literally just logged on as soon as you got running through that question. And even in sales, like, August time, September time, people are on holiday. So that really slowed up. So I think that's probably part of the reason.
Oh, you found that in car sales as well?
Oh, yeah, massively.
Oh.
Yeah. I think August, and then I'd say December, around December time. Expensive times of years, aren't they? A lot of people going on holiday, obviously Christmas coming up. So yeah, they've got other money they spend it on, haven't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, have you found it's slowed down a little bit in terms of inquiries?
It's definitely slowed down. I mean, I sort of get bombarded constantly, so I think I'm in a little bit of a different position to what most people would be. Like if I didn't have the YouTube and the TikTok and whatever, I think that's probably helping a lot. But yeah, even still, I am still getting emails and inquiries on Instagram and Facebook and stuff, but nowhere near as much as like a month, 2 months ago.
Yeah,
and people seem.
It's good.
Go on.
Okay. No, you go.
There's a bit of delay on Discord for anyone that doesn't know. It's like if you find that I'm interrupting Rich or he's interrupting me, it's not because we're ignorant. It's because there's a bit of a delay.
Very ignorant.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say.
I forgot what I was going to say as well, so let's move on.
I was just going to say, all your jobs are massive. Like, you don't do piddly little jobs, do you? They're all big ones. I was just looking at this drive that you did.
Yeah, that was a nice one. Yes, that was a chap that I used to work with back in Sydney. So yeah, he lives around the corner from there. I think that's only been down 3 or 4 years.
Yeah,
and I think it's the first time it's been professionally cleaned. He may have done it himself before. But yeah, that one, I think that was a decent size one. That one goes around the back, block paving. Yeah, they are all fairly decent sized jobs, to be honest. I do get like the odds, smaller job. Your minimum charge, which I charge 125 quid. That was one of them, for example. That was
sorry, that one.
Nice one. No, there's a delay anyway. So
yeah,
I'm looking at the screen, and to be honest, my YouTube keeps freezing, so I keep having to reset it.
Oh.
But yeah, I tend to land quite large jobs, but that's because of the areas that I'm trying to focus on. And I'd rather just try and focus and land, one big job than do, 6 or 7 smaller ones.
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day at Mini, wasn't we? It was just like some of them are almost more hassle than they're worth. And so it's quite annoying when it's a little job because it's like, well, you still got the same setup time, the same tidy up time, and the same amount of effort. It's just you can't charge what you want to charge because you can't justify it with the square meterage.
Yeah, exactly that. But if them jobs come about, I'll still do them, but they just tend to be few and far between, to be honest.
Mate, your work, honestly, your Instagram's sick. It's so good.
Thank you. And that was I'm not sure if you're still on it now, but that drive there, the block pave drive, that's the one that had the Indian sandstone and the little bit of repointing out the front. So yeah, that was the drive, and then I had the 150 square meter Indian sandstone around the back.
These are my favourite blocks to clean. These types of block paving, the ones with the really tight joints, and they're like square blocks almost.
Yeah.
They're really easy to clean, and they're really easy to resand as well.
Yeah, it's nice when you get like a fairly new block as well, and it's still got that kind of like smooth finish.
Yeah.
I find that with clay block paving, like when you resand a clay block paving, it just glides over the top. It's so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that smoother finish definitely helps. There's a massive difference when you've got like, like a weathered area, and then a bit under the porch or something that's not been exposed to any rain, and the difference in how easy it is to sand is crazy.
Yeah.
So you landed. Are you getting most of your work from people that you know, like friends and family, or are you having inquiries from just randomers?
It's a mixture, really. People who I know, their friends, family. I've had quite a few of them. I've had quite a bit of success with the leaflets, so I've had quite a few responses with that. Social media, and then just recommendations from work that I've previously done. I mean, I think from one chap I've had maybe four jobs from, and they have been. What was that? Sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to say now. I think 5 houses within the same street.
Yeah.
Literally opposite each other. So that's been really nice to do. And they've just happened to be nice sized plots to work on as well. But yeah, I need to get out and do more leafleting. The only problem I find with that is just time. Like,
I was just going to ask, are you still leafleting?
Yeah, I've done a bit a couple of days ago. Got a job from it, so that was good. But I need to do more. It's finding time, really, and especially with the kids off as well.
I went out with Jakey the other day in between jobs because we text the lady saying we've finished early, like we can get to you. I can leave now. We can get to you in the next sort of half an hour. And she didn't respond, and so we were just sort of we'd had our lunch. We were just sort of hanging around, thinking I can't wait another hour and a half till our next job. And I think it was Jakey's idea. He said, "Should we just go around and drop some leaflets?" I was like, "Yes, let's do that." and so we just picked this. It's an area near my mum's house, and it's just like a whole road of bungalows. And I'd never done it before, but I said to Jakey, "I'm gonna knock, and I'm gonna like talk to them and just see what happens." And I was really nervous. Jakey was like, "I'm not knocking. I'm just going to post it through the door." I was like, "Well, should we go around together, just so that you can see if it works or not?" That might be quite intimidating. Two blokes coming to the door and knocking on your door and trying to have a conversation with you. I don't know, but I wasn't like throwing it in their face. I was just saying, "Oh, just let you know, we're in Welford Close, just up the road, just doing some gutters and stuff, clearing some gutters." Yeah. Just wanted to give you a leaflet and just let you know we do roof cleaning, driveways, gutters, all that sort of stuff. So, but at that point, because I was just sort of leaving them then, just let you know, I wanted to give you a leaflet. I wasn't asking them if they wanted anything doing. I was just sort of explaining the services and then sort of going. But at that point, they might be thinking, well, why didn't he just post it through the door? Like, why did he need to knock to tell me that? Because it says it all on his leaflet. So,
yeah. I think it's really good knocking on the doors. I've done that with the very first time I went out leafleting, was round my neighbours. Not neighbours that I know. Some of them I've never seen before, but I was literally knocking on all of their doors, probably about 50 houses or so, just saying, I live at number 12. Starting my pressure washing business. If you need anything doing, let me know. I'll give you 25% off for being a neighbour. So
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I've landed. No, I've done about 3 actually. I was just trying to think. Yeah, I've done the direct neighbours. One over the road. One I nearly broke my wrist. And then
tell that story.
My God, still recovering. No, I'm all good.
What was you doing?
What's that? Sorry.
What was you doing?
What? When I bust my wrist up? I was in the van screwing something back into the side of the panel because something had come off where I hold my brooms, and done it. Had my my classic figure of eight high pressure hose in the back of the van. Got my feet caught as I was trying to lean out to take a step out, and my upper body just went bomb. And I think I ended up trying to panicking, pushing myself further out because I knew I was falling.
Mm.
But I haven't felt an impact like that since I was a child on a bike, and it was frigging heavy.
So from stood up in the back of the van to straight down onto your hands on the floor outside the van.
Yeah. I just lay there for about a minute, just thinking, my God. I was hoping someone had a Ring doorbell or a camera,
so you could see it.
Yeah, and I'd send it to Christy, and she'd love to see that.
I don't think my wrists could handle an impact like that. They just shatter.
No, yeah, it hurt. I think as soon as you get over 30, you feel brittle.
You don't bounce anymore.
You don't. No, you're just frigging bit like a ton of bricks.
So you landed recently one of the biggest jobs I've ever been a part of. Yeah. And bigger than any of the jobs that I've landed in the last 3 years. And it was so impressive. So Rich used to work for Sytner.
Yeah.
And is that BMW and Mini, or is it BMW Sytner?
They're kind of interlinked. I mean, wherever you see a BMW, there'll be a Mini as well. But they are I suppose they're separate businesses, but Sytner are the group that, they sell under.
Yeah. And did they approach you, or did you approach them?
They dropped me a message.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so they dropped me a message saying, long story short, my old manager took over the Wolverhampton branch and was allowed to, turn the place round. And one of the things he wanted to do was get all the forecourt and everything all spruced up, because I believe when we were on the job, one of the chaps said that it hadn't been cleaned. They'd been there for 20 years and they'd never seen it clean. So that's one of the things that he wanted to do, just to show off the cars, I suppose, for the new reg, which is coming in September. So, he asked me.
And so the first area that you went to look at was the Mini side, and that was, did you say, about 700 square meters of block paving?
Yeah, it's about 735 square meters, and that was including the motorrad part as well. Yeah.
But
so
what?
About 750, including the tarmac bits that we've done. So,
yeah, I was going to say what we ended up because the tarmac needed the drains basically. All I'm trying to send some pictures into the Discord so people can actually see what we've been doing. But I think it's quite important to look at where all your drainage is on these big jobs, because even though you're washing this area of block paving, for example, if it's sloping down towards a road and the drain is all the way down here, chances are you're going to be not necessarily cleaning, but definitely rinsing all that tarmac in between the cleaning area and the drain. And so what you thought was going to be 150 square meters of cleaning turns into more like 250 square meters because of all the rinsing that you've got to do at the same time. And I think we'd I certainly didn't consider that when we got there, because I thought, they've got good drains all the way around, so it's going to be a piece of piss, really. But we ended up rinsing quite a lot of the road, didn't we?
Yeah, free tarmac clean for them, wasn't it, really?
Yeah,
big tarmac clean. Yeah, that's one thing, to be honest, I didn't think about with it. Although it hadn't been cleaned for 20 years, I thought it was still a considerable cleanup from what come out.
Yeah.
So all of that, obviously, it was that kind of sludgy, gunky mud, weren't it? That
Yeah.
You can't really sweep up and bag up and try and drain, but at the same time, it just clogs up the tarmac.
Yeah.
So it takes a bit of a longer time, but I think with 3 pressure washers on the go, we smashed it.
I can't believe the progress. By the way, Kai, thank you so much for the $1.99. That's very kind. It's unwarranted, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, mate. Beautiful. I don't think I've seen your name in the chat before, so welcome. I will get back to your message in just a sec, mate. Let's have a look if I can get those pictures. The fact that we were able to pressure wash between three of us and resand 700 square meters of block paving in 2 days, I think is insane. I think it's such good progress.
Yeah. I thought to start with, for the first 2 or 3 hours, I thought this might take a bit longer. But as soon as we found that good water supply.
Yeah, because that was the issue. We got there and we had one water supply. And we were like, okay, that's going to be an issue, but we'll see what sort of pressure we get. Did we try and divide that one water supply between three of us?
No, so I originally hooked up, didn't I, with that?
Oh, yeah.
And then
there was another one in the toilet, wasn't there?
Yeah, the service area, they had a tap there that you hooked from, which was crazy how nothing come out.
I have no idea what happened.
That was weird.
I took my 50-meter hose into the toilet, and they've got this like basin thing and a ball valve and like a water dispenser. So I unscrewed the water dispenser, good pressure from the ball valve, screwed the hose on, turned it on full whack, and it was literally trickling out the other end of the hose. I'm like, where is all this water going? I don't understand. But I think it must have been the length of hose, and I'm wondering whether it was like a gravity fed system in the toilet or something, and so that just wasn't enough to push it out or something. I don't know.
But it has to be, because as soon as we unhook it, it's flowing again. So
yeah, and the hose weren't blocked because I used that same hose on a different tap and it worked fine. But eventually they said, "Oh yeah, we've got another tap." After like 2 hours of struggling and changing the hoses over, I think we must have swapped the hoses over 3 or 4 times in total.
Yeah.
Trying different setups and teeing off of one hose for 2 of us, and it was just very, very frustrating. They said, "Oh yeah, we've got a detailing area, not a detailing. What's it called? Like a valeting bay." And they've got really good water pressure up there. They've got a nice big tap that you can use. I was like, "Okay, thanks for letting us know that 2 hours ago when we first started."
I was buzzing though when we actually had the water supply. I thought, that's it. Let's smash it out now.
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than when you get to a job and it's either got bad drainage or bad water pressure. There is nothing more soul destroying. But we got it in the end, and we used the surface cleaners, didn't we, on this one? Because you said when you had a look around, it was mainly moss, not a lot of weeds. So we tried. I'm not a fan of surface cleaners on block paving, but we thought, there's 3 of us. Let's get 2 of us on the surface cleaner with the 15-degree nozzles. So you went to PWS, and you got us 7 15-degree nozzles, and they were all, what were they, O2s?
Yeah, O2s.
And they actually ripped. They did pretty well, didn't they?
Thought they'd done really good. Yeah, something that I'd considered doing on a larger residential job.
Yeah.
Or at least giving it a go just to see how it performs there. But yeah, I think after doing the rinse down with the turbo as well, just to make sure that you have got, as much as you can up. That's the process that I would do. I wouldn't just get like a normal rinse down and just trust the surface cleaner 100%. I'd still want to get a turbo on it.
Yeah,
just to blast it, because the weeds don't come out. They still didn't come out.
No.
You had to go back over it. It shred it a bit, but it wouldn't fully get it out. So getting the turbo on it after was the right move.
Yeah, my issue is I don't want to be doubling the work that I'm doing, and if I'm going over the whole area with the surface cleaner and it's not working, it's not doing 100% job, then why am I bothering? But in this situation, because there was 3 of us, it meant that 2 of you could surface clean it and get everything pretty much 95% clean and get all the moss out, clean all the faces of the blocks, and I just had to, I could do like a heavy rinse and then spot check any weeds with the turbo. So I was going behind you guys, pushing all the sludge in one direction. In that situation, I think it worked really well. I don't know if I'd do it on my own on a big drive, because I don't know, it would save time if someone's doing that job while the other person's doing that job. But if you've got to do that job and then do that job afterwards, I'm not sure if it's actually saving time.
Yeah. And to be honest, when I was on the surface cleaner, if you're cleaning like an Indian sandstone, for example, you can, obviously, with still precision, you can go through it fairly quick. I was, going over the same spot 3 or 4 times, making sure I'm doing like a figure of 8, up and down, back and forth. So I was very thoroughly cleaning it with the surface cleaner. So it wasn't just a once over. So that in itself was longer than what it typically would be. So I think I'd still give it a go if there was a massive drive that I have just to test it again. But I think I'm with you when you said about best results just using the turbo. You are going to get the best results possible.
Yeah, so we all did a test on these bays, didn't we? So each of us took a bay, which is 1 car parking space. And we basically had a race and timed it. And I used just the turbo and then the X-Jet to rinse down. Jakey did the surface cleaner and then turbo and then X-Jet. And then I think you did the same.
Yeah, I've done the same.
So I've got a
video of it, actually.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got that video of us doing it. I'm not sure how, like...
Is it a time lapse?
Yeah, it's a time lapse, yeah.
Stick it in... Yeah, I've got... Have you got Discord on your computer?
No, I've only got it on my phone.
You could put it on Google Drive or something and send me the link and I can download it. Don't worry if not. So I did 1 car parking space with just the turbo nozzle and then rinse down with the X-Jet in 7 minutes. And then it was done. And I did the curbs as well. Jakey did it in 7 minutes. Surface cleaner, turbo, X-Jet. I did it in 8 minutes. And then I think you did it in 10 minutes or something. 9-10 minutes. But you was being much more thorough with the surface cleaner, like you say. So it's a bit of it's still a bit of an unknown to me. I don't really know if we're saving time. Kai says, I messaged you on Facebook. When you have a minute, could you look at it, please? Yes, of course I will. 2 months ago, I couldn't keep up, was consistently quoting every day. Now I've got spare days in the week. I'm filling with flyer drops. Are you having much luck with your flyers, Jake? Jake, when you do big commercial jobs, do you manage to get payments from them within a month, or have you had 2 or even 3 month payment delays? Yeah, I've had issues with schools. Schools seem to be the worst for me for not paying on time. My terms are 7 days, but generally when you're working for commercial stuff, it's whoever's bigger. Like if I'm working for someone and I'm like a bigger entity, then they go by my payment terms. But if I'm working for a commercial job and they're like a big business, they set their own payment terms and they'll pay you whenever they like, basically. But I had a few issues with schools saying that they either hadn't received my invoice or the person that normally pays the invoices is on holiday. And it's like, yeah, one of them took 3 months to pay me, and it was like a $2,000 job. So I was pretty pissed off with that. And I'd also, the people that were helping me, I think it was Squeaky Clean Dave and Callum from Solar Secure. I paid them out of my own pocket, and then it took me like 2 months to actually get the money. So that pissed me off. But any sign of payment from Minnie yet, Rich? I don't suppose.
No, I sent the invoice in over the weekend. Yeah. Just give us the thumbs up that he's got it. I know he's away for a week now, but he'll just send authorization up to accounts. I mean, when I was in the industry, I heard people waiting 6 weeks or so for payment. So, it's one of them. Hopefully, it's sooner.
I think that's about right. If you expect between 30 days And yeah, 6 weeks. I think that's about right for commercial stuff generally.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because although we did really well to get onto the sanding, I've got a video here. Look about that forklift dropping a whole pallet of sand into the back of my van, and you just saw the axles on the back of the van just drop. Yeah, I feel bad because we had to shoot. We didn't have to, but I asked you very nicely if you'd let me shoot off at 3 o'clock so that I could go camping with Luca. I think we'd got around about. Would you say we got about halfway through the sanding by the time me and Jakey left?
I'd probably say a bit more.
Yeah.
Probably say, I reckon about 70% of it.
Okay.
There weren't that much. There weren't that much. I think there was about 9 spaces, and then that top section, the very top section that I'd done on day one. The back we'd done. We'd managed to do the back area.
Yeah.
So it weren't too bad. I mean, I didn't leave until it was about 6:30, pretty much when they were closing up.
Yeah.
For about 7, but it just meant that we got a day back on Sunday, or you didn't have to travel. I was happy to do that, mate. It's not a problem.
Yeah, because we had planned to go back and do all the sanding on Sunday, so we'd budgeted 2 days for the wash, and then Sunday for the resanding. But yeah, I can't believe we managed to get it all done in 2 days. Our main issue was they've been a bit slow to move the cars around, and they said to you, didn't they, that it was going to be pretty much totally clear when we arrived to clean it.
Yeah, the plan was that they were going to move all of the minis from the mini set site over to the BMW, but they didn't have enough room on the BMW pitch.
Yeah,
which in fairness, when we were cleaning, that BMW pitch was quite packed as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the issue. And to be honest, again, working in the industry, I know what it's like with other work that you're trying to get doing. You might have inquiries on the go, and the phone, someone's got to be in there for the phone. But yeah, it can take a while to get cars moved.
Yeah, so that was the water supply at the beginning, and then arriving and seeing like all the cars still covering the areas we were supposed to be cleaning. Like that slowed us down a little bit, but other than that, I can't believe we got it done, mate. And appreciate you finishing it off so that we could have have our Sunday back, because that job on Sunday took way longer than I wanted it to.
Did it really?
Yeah, I'm glad.
Have you done a video on it?
I'm doing a video. We've done one coat of the sealer. It's like a pattern imprinted concrete sealing, and
right.
And it took us 4 hours to do one coat because it was so big. Yeah, and it's in Leamington Spa, so it's like 45 minutes away.
The last thing you'd want to do is then go and resand like a huge area. Imagine if we had to resand that whole area on Sunday.
Yeah,
after a job like that.
And yeah, so me and Jakey were exhausted on Sunday. We finished about 1 o'clock, but we were just knackered in this heat as well. It was horrible. And I've had to move things around on Wednesday to be able to go back and do a second coat, because I've budgeted 2 coats for it, and I just haven't found the time. It's crazy. Yeah. But so you've quoted for not only the BMW side, but you've quoted for the mini side, but you've quoted for the BMW side as well. And that one's, what did you say that one was, like 3,000 square meters of block paving?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 2,968, like 3,000 square meters. There's some like side alleys that are just concrete, but again, 95% of it's all block paving. It's huge. Like
initially to land the mini job and to complete it as well as we've done in the time that we've done it, and then to even have the opportunity to quote for 3,000 square meters on the BMW side, it's so impressive, mate. And like I said, I've said to you before, considering you've only started up this year, to even be quoting a job that big is insane. You should be very proud of yourself.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I was only having a conversation with Christy the other day about how the last like 3-4 months have massively changed, and you kind of get into a routine of just grafting and just, getting out there, landing jobs, doing the work, bring the money in, invest in more kit, and you get so like caught up in it. You rarely like sit back and think, actually I've done pretty decent here. And like yesterday was a moment like where I was realizing, I think it was just after the mini job, I think doing that, like I've done fairly well, to be honest. So
Well,
I am happy with where we've been and what we've done over the last 4 months. So, but again, it's all come down to you because you've helped us massively in
no,
everything that you're doing.
that
You're teaching people how to do it, mate. It's really good.
that's not what I was getting at, but it's like crazy to think that you can go from a 9 to 5, anything else, something you're not particularly inspired by, you're a bit miserable, and you're not feeling very valuable, and you can offer more, to then literally overnight starting a business, getting all the equipment, and then landing a job like that, completing it, getting paid, and your Instagram, and just all this work that you can look back on and think, God, what if I just didn't make that move? You know what I mean? What if I thought, nah?
Yeah. It is crazy because I've tried so many different ventures and everything and nothing's worked. But one day you can literally just come across something. You can come across like an opportunity and you take that opportunity, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the line, you look back and you think it's come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So it is crazy how things can change. But I would advise anyone, I know everyone's situations are different, but if you're not happy doing something every single day of your life, bear in mind you're spending more time with your work colleagues than what you are with your family. If you're not enjoying that, then don't do it. Like, find something that you're going to be happy with. And it might take a lot of trial and error, which it has done for myself. But you come across something that works, and suddenly you feel like you can build up your own business, and the opportunities are like, endless. You can do whatever you want.
And it's not, I don't think anyone should be thinking about it as like a get rich quick scheme, because it's bloody hard work. But
It is.
if you enjoy this sort of work, it's going to be very rewarding in terms of like the satisfaction of actually turning up to work, speaking with your customer, doing a great job, and having, doing a great transformation. Like me and Jakey left that job earlier today, and I just said to him, mate, I'm so pleased with the way that's turned out, and like the customer's over the moon. It literally looks like a brand new patio, and we didn't cut any corners. And like I've just got such a good feeling leaving this job, knowing that we've done it really, really well, and the customer's pleased. I'm not even thinking about the money. I'm happy that it's all gone to plan, and that we're putting in as much effort as we are. And I'm thinking, like, how many other people are miserable at work, and they're sort of leaving every day, taking home like drama and frustration with their boss and stuff, and we're out here just like doing something we're enjoying, and it's just all adding to our portfolio of stuff. Like I do feel very
Second that.
I do feel very privileged to be able to do it.
I think that results there. That's massive. That is so good.
And this was like a piddly job that I wasn't even sort of thinking about, because I've done a few of them now. I'm just like, oh yeah, quote it at my standard rate for repointing. Nice and easy. Don't really have to think about it. I can go and collect the stuff that I need on Saturday, and I hadn't really thought about it. And then I turned up and we did it, and I was like, bloody hell, actually, that was a bloody good job, that was. And yeah, it's just a good feeling. It's nice.
That feeling, you can get in jobs, of course, but that feeling is what you want to feel when you're working, no matter what industry you're in. If you've got that feeling where you think, I've done a really good job there, you've got that like satisfaction, that job satisfaction. That's part of enjoying your job. It's
Yeah.
not to say that these jobs are really easy, because they are. They are graft, and even if you're in IT, you'll have very stressful situations. But if you can get that feeling after you've done it, then you're winning.
And I'm a strong believer of giving yourself a pat on the back as well, because you can't wait for other people to. If you're putting your value, like your self worth, on other people's comments and whether someone thinks you've done a good job or not, or whatever. If you're waiting for someone to pat you on the back and say, that's really impressive, you've done really well there, then you're going to be waiting a long time. And I think it's good every now and again to just remind yourself how far you've come and how much you've learned. I said to myself today, I had my headphones on, I was listening to music. I literally said to myself in my head, I was like, I'm still learning today. Like, I've just learned. And I've been using a squeegee, and that's going in better. And I'm waiting for it to dry, and I'm using a brush, and that's really working. It's like, I've done a bunch of these now, but I'm still enjoying learning new stuff and learning the process and just appreciating it, and just thinking, I was sat in an office before, a stuffy office, like hot, not enjoying myself. And now, like, I'm outside, just in the sun, just chilling, just doing something I'm enjoying. Like, it's crazy. I love it.
Mate, it is. It is. It's so good being outside as well when it don't bloody rain. But yeah, we'll come to that.
It's funny. I'm wondering how Jake's going to react when it gets a bit cold, because he loves the sun. And then as soon as the sun goes in or it starts spitting or something, he gets really angry.
To be fair, he'll keep going in them shorts though, won't he?
Yeah.
He loves the shorts.
Yeah, so when it gets like, occasionally he'll say, "Oh, can you do the window up? I'm a bit chilly," and it's like, I'm sweating, so I've got the windows down constantly. I've got no aircon in the van. I'm thinking, God, if he thinks this is chilly, wait till we get to like January when we're cleaning gutters and pulling ice out of the gutters.
Oh man, it's the hands that I struggle with, and like wet feet. If you get wet, I suppose the pressure washing will slow down quite a bit, but wet feet. Cold, wet feet. Nah.
He starts the day with wet feet. Sometimes he doesn't even bother putting his wellies on. At Mini the other day,
yeah.
I think it was at Mini. He said, "I'm not going to bother with my wellies today." So he just did it in trainers, in just black canvas trainers, and got absolutely soaked. And I was like, "You're going to be so uncomfortable." Yeah, true.
He plays rugby, so I suppose he's going to be fine in the cold, surely. If he's playing rugby all year round, they do play all year, don't they? Like,
yeah, I think he'll be fine, but I think he'll be very stroppy.
You reckon? Oh,
yeah.
God.
I sponsored him today. He said he asked if I'd be his rugby sponsor, because the club's looking for sponsors and stuff. So I'm gonna have my logo on his kit, and my logo on the sponsors board in the clubhouse, and then I get invited to like a rugby Christmas lunch for the +1.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah,
you've done that for the free lunch, didn't you?
It's not free, but yeah.
No, they've got to pay for you. You buy everyone all the dinners. They need to sort you out.
Yeah. Is there anything you wanted to chat about? How's your new pole? How's your big stiff pole? Is it nice?
I haven't used it yet. I just haven't got round to trying it out.
Have you tried your pump?
I haven't tried it yet.
Have you got the lance for the pump?
Yes. Yeah, I've got all of that kit that you mentioned, got all the attachments and everything. I've got some of it here.
Have you got the lance there? Can I have a look at that lance?
Yeah.
You got it with you? Because I was wondering how long it was. Whether you have to bend down to actually get it near the ground.
Is it just that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
So you got like the little attachments to go on the end.
Oh yeah. Did you not get a trigger with it? You should have had a little trigger.
Yeah, I haven't put it together yet.
Oh. Is it stainless steel? Yeah, plastic and stainless steel. Okay, that should be all right for chemicals then.
There we go. I've put part of it together. We're winning. We're winning.
Yeah, I'd like to get some feedback on the little pump I made for you.
Give us a cool little hat as well.
Oh, I think because you're a new customer.
Yeah.
Gardener.
I need to wear it because I still haven't got a haircut. So.
What's your plan these next few weeks? Have you got any big jobs coming in or anything?
I'm over at my mum's. When am I over? Next weekend. I'm over at my mum's to do repointing, and a small little section in the back garden, and then I've only got one more job in after that. So got to get out leafleting and try and get some more work in. I'm away in Wales for a week, so that breaks it up. Yeah.
Are you? How far are you from Northfield? Is it a bit of a drive?
Half hour, 35 minutes on a good day. So it's not far from Ruby. Yeah.
Do you want my nan wants to get her driveway, the block paving, like painted like I did in Woodrow the other day. She wants it grey.
Yeah.
And I said, like, normally I'd just do it for you, but it's quite expensive stuff, so I've actually got to charge it this time. She went, yeah, of course, I'm expecting to pay for it, so just let me know how much it is. And I just feel weird charging a family member, so do you want it? Do you want to do it for her?
You trust me to do your nan's drive?
Yeah.
I'll look after her.
I reckon.
Obviously, do a special rate.
It's already grey, so that's good.
Okay.
So use the block magic on it and paint it grey. And then I reckon brush in some grey hard setting sand, just like I did in that video.
Your one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy, mate. I'm happy to do that. I'll look after her as long as you trust me doing it. Yeah,
definitely. I think if you want the work, like, it's be a good one for you to get on your Instagram.
Awesome. Yes, you can. Send us over the details and everything, and I'll look after her.
All right, mate. How long you got? You busy? Are you okay for a bit?
Got another 5 minutes or so, mate. Still got to have some food.
Have you not eaten yet?
Nah. Eat late.
I think the job satisfaction we get from this job is equivalent to a dopamine hit, because the dirty to clean transformation within a day, and the customers I both get a buzz from it. Yeah, exactly, mate. I'm sat in the office right now, as you can tell, very busy. Can you use the jointing compound for any patio? I heard that if the patio has a concrete base, then you can't put compound down, else it may cause the slabs to pop over time. So it depends. If it's like a permeable base, to be honest, I don't quite understand it, and I have just been using it regardless, because I don't know how to identify whether a patio's got a permeable base or not. Do you know what I mean? And as far as I'm aware, when you lay a patio, you do a full bed. You lay Indian sandstone and concrete slabs on just like a full bed of mortar. So I don't know, is there anything actually permeable about that? I don't really understand. And I think what you're saying is, because the jointing compound is permeable and it allows water to pass through it, where's that water going? Like, I understand that bit, but where would it go? I don't understand the design difference. Does anyone else? I'm using the Titan stuff next week, Rich, or in a couple of weeks. The stuff that you mix.
Oh yeah.
You sort of mix it on site. It's like a resin stuff, and it can withstand up to like 10 tons of traffic on it.
What are you doing that on? Is that Indian sandstone?
Yeah, but it's a bit riskier because you've got a set amount of time before it starts to go really, really hard. And so you've got to like mix a tub, set a timer on your phone, and get it all down and sort of swept up before the timer goes off, because else you're stuffed. I know.
What do they say? How long have you got until it sets?
I don't know. I'm gonna look into it, but I'm a bit scared about it. But I'm gonna be doing a video on it. So
45 seconds.
yeah. But I like to take my time with it, and because I want it to be right. Like I don't want to rush through it, and if I feel rushed, I might. I don't know. I might give up before I've even started.
Do you have to lay the whole tub down, or whatever you're using within that kind of one?
I guess so, because you mix the tub. You mix the whole tub with the resin, so you've got a full mix. Yeah. And I guess if you take too long, it will just set in the tub.
You'll be fine, mate. You'll be fine.
Whereas the other stuff, the other stuff you can just fill with water, put the lid back on the tub, and it's good for about a month or 2 months. You leave it with the customer.
Yeah, I've done that with that Indian sandstone job that I had, because I'd done the repointing at the front and then had to come back for the back, so I just filled up the tub full of water and it was absolutely fine. So
yeah,
no work there, mate. That'd be good though, because I'd quite like to try that out as well. So let us know how you get on with it, because it looks like it'd be a much quicker job, but I'm not sure how, that secondary time when you go over it and you try and sweep up anything that's loose.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be quite interested to see how that is, because it's obviously, I feel like it'd be like a wetter texture going in than what the screw fix jointing compound with
like stickier.
Yeah. And like when it dries, how easy does it brush off? Because I find that the jointing compound from screw fix, that's fairly simple to sweep off. I don't think it's typically that hard.
Do you leave it?
Interesting to see how that is. Yes, anywhere between 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, and then I go over it with like a soft brush.
So you've been doing it correct the whole time. You read the instructions and you've been doing it right, unlike me.
Yeah, but to be honest, mate, I didn't even read the instructions. I just watched your videos.
I don't think I've ever left it for 15 minutes to like start to dry before I did the soft brush on it. I sort of brush it in, tamper it, and then soft brush it straight away. But you're supposed to brush it in, tamper it, leave it for like 15 minutes till the faces of the slab start to dry off, and then it's nice and easy to just brush off. And I've never done that until today, and it's a game changer.
Maybe I saw on a different video then.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're learning though. It's good. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're learning. Was that you used today the screw fix?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong. I can't see anything wrong with it. It seems to be just as good as anything else I've used. So.
Yeah.
And you get two tubs for 55 quid.
Bargain. Mm. Yeah, I've had no issues with it. So I'm going to use it. I think I'm using that again. Well, yeah, I'm using that again tomorrow. But my dad's also got some, because he's got like a porcelain tile. He wants us to use a product that he's got, so I'm going to give that a go just to see how it is. But I think it's just kind of like a grout, just a grout that he's going to use on it.
The only thing I'd say is the screw fix stuff is very light. Like the only two colours are sand and grey. But the sand colour is like very pale. I'd like to have like a darker option, but
yeah.
Other than that, no issues really.
I think the grey is quite light as well, isn't it?
Is it? I can't. Oh yeah, because it's got like a flake in it. It's got like a couple of different tones of grey mixed into it, hasn't it?
Yeah. That's you've used sand today. So the Indian sandstone one that I use, that's the grey.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the grey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course it is.
And the previous pointing that they had was like a very dark grey.
Yeah.
And it had like loads of different like shades of dark grey in it. But that was a much lighter one. They preferred it lighter, thankfully. But the other one was very dark. So I've got the hot tub there as well. I'm not sure if you can see it in the bottom corner. And trying to get the angle grinder as close as I can to that without obviously, causing any issues. You could see where it kind of like finishes. and connects up, and it's a much darker grey.
Yeah. Yeah. So, do you when you're grinding out the joints, what do you do about like the areas that are next to walls and stuff? Do you leave them? Because I do.
I'll try and get as close as I can to it. I mean, if I'm not going to get in there, I'll just leave it. But what else can you do? I mean,
you could try going around with a chisel, but you'd be there for hours, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like a hammer and chisel. But to be honest, even if I can get, I know you want to try and go just around 2.5 centimeters, isn't it?
Yeah.
In depth that you want to go. Even if you can take a good chunk of layer off it at the angle, I'll do that just so it all matches if it's a completely different colour.
Yeah, so this bit today, sort of along next to the conservatory and along under the kitchen window, that was still the previous grout that was in there, because you just can't get deep enough with the angle grinder, so there's no point even trying. I don't think it's just going to crumble out. So I just go as far as I can and then just stop at the wall.
Yeah, that's all you can. Well, I know you can probably get the hammer and chisel out, but
it's not
me
worth
personally, I'd explain it to the customer as well. I'd just say, like, I've done obviously all the area, but in the tighter areas, you can't get to it. So as long as you explain it to them before, they're absolutely fine.
Motorshead said, how do you land big commercial jobs like your mini one?
Well, I mean, they got in contact with me, so I think I was quite lucky that I knew people in the industry.
Yeah. I think website's good for commercial work. That's why I was putting off a website for so long, because I was like, I'm not really interested in commercial work. I've not really got the kit for commercial work. And then when I got it, I was like, okay, maybe I should just make a website. And then my brother sent a load of emails out to schools and stuff, and we landed quite a few jobs, to be fair.
I think that's all I would do at this moment in time, to be honest. I mean, I was lucky that I knew that them people in there. I'd be sending emails out, so I sent a few emails out to schools, another one to another sit in the garage. That's all my feedback would be on that point, to be honest.
I think commercial customers want to see a website. My brother said, like, he used to work at Allerley's, massive haulage company, and he said we wouldn't touch a local handyman style person. We'd need them to have a website. We'd need them to have health and safety documents and stuff, because it's just not worth it. Like, if they get to the job and they're not fully equipped for what we need them for, like, we could be wasting days, weeks, if we pick the wrong person. So we need to see that they're very well established, DBS checked, they're submitting RAMS documents and stuff. And he said if they haven't got a website, we don't even bother.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
because it tends to be very big jobs, and you can get the small job, but it tends to be bigger jobs than commercial, where they're paying thousands. They could potentially be paying tens of thousands of pounds. So they want to make sure that they're hiring a professional first time round.
Yeah,
because again, for them as a business, time's money. If they're messing around trying to get people in and getting the wrong people in, it's just a headache for them, isn't it? So having a website makes you look so professional, just to be able to search online.
Yeah, and also if you're only on social media, or if your website looks quite basic and you can tell from your website that you're just a one-man band, like Paul's local handyman or something, you're not going to land a commercial job, because they want to know that whatever they throw at you, you've got either the team or the equipment equipped to deal with that job. And if you're a one-man band and you're a fairly small business, you might not be able to deal with 700 square meters of block paving to clean.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like the H2O restorations. It's like their website. If you have a look on theirs, you can tell, like, they're a big operation. There's loads of them, and they've got multiple vans and trailers and stuff, and it's very clear from the images that there's a bunch of different people that work there, and so they can deal with it.
And I think if you don't have a website at the moment, or you're not looking to get a website, and you do want to try and land commercial jobs, just get the best before and after photos you can of whatever work you've got at the moment. And if they ever ask for any, kind of proof of the work that you do, you can point them in that direction so they can see that you are doing a good job. But I think, big companies are going to want to see websites. They want to going to make sure that they're dealing with a professional, because that looks, looking at that website, you'd definitely be going for that than just finding some average person on social media, in my opinion. But you've got to start somewhere.
They've had proper pictures taken as well. I think you don't want to jump into commercial stuff too early, I don't think either. I think really hone your technique and your chemical knowledge and your safety and stuff before taking on a massive job. It's so tempting just to say yes, but if you're not equipped for it and you know you're not, and it's just going to cause you a load of stress, just pass it on to someone else and maybe jump on it with them.
Yeah, it's a good idea. They can be daunting, and there's a lot more with commercial as well. There's a lot more exterior kind of obstacles that you got to try and get past on the job, and even before you land a job as well. So if that's the way you want to go, then focus on trying to land some of them jobs and just get some sort of website up and running. But
me and Jake, just did. Sorry.
That's fine. I was just going to say, if you know anyone in commercial work that may want something done, like a little job that you could post about that you've actually done a commercial job, then that's going to build credibility. So if you're very early days, try that out.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Always take a picture in front of the establishment that you're working on. If you do manage to land a commercial job, take a picture of your sign-written van in front of the premises with a clear sign, like this H2O one. They had a McDonald's one, I think. And so you can see they're landing commercial work and they're clearly doing it. But I mean, we had a little piddly gutter clearing job on Broadway High Street the other day, and it introduces so many obstacles. Just doing something with general public walking around, like cables, trip hazards, ladders, having to barrier off areas, making sure people with wheelchairs can still get through because there's a curb, and people that are walking can just walk around, but people with a wheelchair, you're gonna have to stop, take everything down, move it all, let them past. Blind person walk past. Like, it's everything that could have happened while we were clearing these rubbish gutters. That they had these snow guards, and the gutters weren't actually that full, but they looked like there was just stuff coming out, trees growing out of these gutters, but it was actually behind the snow guards on the roof. So we went there to clean the gutters, but I got up there and I said, the gutters are, they need clearing, but they're virtually empty. It's everything behind. And so we're ending up pulling roots out from underneath the tiles, the roof tiles. And I couldn't get it with the vacuum, so I had to make an area, like a landing area, where I could drop stuff so it weren't falling on people's heads. It's just like a nightmare.
What building was that? Was it like a library, a school? What was it?
It was a shop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then the other one was a block.
Would you do it again?
Would I do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love it all. It's very silly, but I do enjoy it.
Good.
But yeah,
as long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing, isn't it?
You can see from this picture that I'm putting up on stream now, like the gutters weren't too bad. They still needed doing, but I couldn't even get a nozzle in the gutter, which made it even more annoying. So I had to clear them virtually by hand, and then just pull the weeds out from the roof tiles.
Oh yeah, they're all behind, aren't they?
Yeah. But that was
Were they like growing underneath the roof tile?
Say that again.
Were they like growing underneath the roof tiles, were they?
Yeah. Yeah, and we had to we had to cordon the whole area off. But I'll take virtually any commercial job now, even if it's small, just to have it on my portfolio. Like, I'm not bothered about trying to land big jobs with loads of money and stuff. I just want to have it on my website so that people can see that I'm equipped to deal with commercial work.
Makes sense.
Right, mate. You best go get some dinner, hadn't you? Oh, you froze. You're right. Can you hear me? Oh, he's froze. I can't tell if you froze or if...
I think the internet went down, mate.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. We're back.
I thought you were just staying really still. Like,
It's lagging.
yeah. Are you, you want to carry on for a bit, or are you going to go get some food? I'm very conscious of your time.
What we at? 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'll probably get some grub now, mate. I'm usually in bed by about 9:30. I'm early, but you go on for like, don't you go until like 11 o'clock or something?
Only because I'm drinking coffee, like, at night.
How'd you sleep after that? Do you still sleep all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I have a bit of a headache on Tuesday mornings when Mayo wakes me up at 6:30, but yeah, I'm all right normally.
Oh, fair play. To be honest, if I was drinking coffee, I'd be up. I have a black tea.
Oh, really?
Weird. It's very nice, yeah. Black tea, 1 sugar.
Trying to drink less milk?
No, just like a black tea.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I have milk in my coffees. I have probably still have like 4 or 5 coffees a day.
Do you?
But then, night time I'll just have I'll have a black tea.
I reckon I have a coffee when I first wake up. I have a coffee when I get to the customer's house if they offer one. Sometimes they don't. I couldn't imagine being at someone's house all day and they don't offer you a drink. I think that's crazy. But sometimes they don't. But I'll have a coffee at their house in the morning, and then they might offer me a third, and I'll be like, yeah, I'll take a third. Yeah.
No.
But any more than that, and I start to get a little bit jittery.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Don't want to be doing the gutter clearing, mate. Take the gutters down.
All right, mate.
Lovely. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you so much for popping on. And I would be interested to see that footage if you do get around to. Have you got Google Drive?
I think I did actually. Yeah, let me have a look. That's one thing I was going to say. I've downloaded it to my Google Drive. So what do you need me to do now? Just
send me the link on Discord or something. I can. You can do a share link on the video. If you set it to anyone can open this with a link or something, then yeah. But I'll if you just send those links, I'll have a look at them later and maybe pull them up.
Yeah, so do you want me to? What? So is it your email? Is it?
Just you can share it so that anyone with a link can download it. So you can change the share settings on that particular video.
Okay.
So under sharing options on that video, you can say restrict access to this email address or anyone with a link.
Got it. So anyone with a link.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right, I'll ping it over.
Okay, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having us, and thanks for all your help on that mini job as well. It was
no worries.
It was a good laugh. Good laugh, and we snuck through it.
It was a pleasure, and yeah, like I say, well done for getting it, mate. It's yeah, and anything like that, I'd be happy to jump on it with you. And same if I get stuff like that, yeah, you're the first person I'm calling. So
happy days. Great job.
All right, mate. Great job. Have a good night. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Right then, guys. That was nice, wasn't it? Let's go through some of your questions. Let's have a look, shall we? Evening, Liam. You right, mate? I've just washed off a kilo of dust. Oh, since doing your roof cleaning. My hair was grey earlier, like it's going grey. But the amount of dust I had in my hair, I look like I've got such a silly picture. I look like a 50-year-old bloke with my mask and my headphones on. But there's nothing better after a day of being like covered in dust or muck or whatever. Just coming home and having a nice hot shower. Nothing better. How big was the imprinted concrete and what sealer and what application? Did I download the footage? Let me see. I think I might have, you know. I think we might have some early footage of next week's video. Why is it going so slow? Not responding. Oh, there we go. It's woke up. Yeah, so we've got this big pattern imprinted concrete ceiling job in Leamington. And I knew it was going to need a couple of coats of sealer. I just didn't expect the application of the sealer to take as long as it has. So this is the initial clean, obviously. It's cleaning up really well. This is literally just the side path of like a much larger driveway. But the issue with this one is that the sealer, most of the drive, the sealer is degraded so much that there's virtually no sealer left. And so there's some areas that are really dry, like this down here, and there's other areas that are shinier. There's only a few really shiny areas. Like this, you can see here, these patches down the bottom here where the car's been driven on, compared to that bit over there. Like there's still a decent amount of colour in there, but the difference in the texture is so like obvious on such a big drive. So we've applied like a heavy tint. It's me doing a bit of hypo. And we've got like a plum tint that we've mixed into the sealer to sort of darken it. So the clean went really well. I don't think I've downloaded the footage of the seal just yet. This is a very early glimpse of this job because it's not finished yet. But it's about between 150 and 170 square meters of pattern imprinted concrete. And so yeah, just a pretty big job that's, yeah, it's quite far away. And using a bit more sealer than I expected because it's absorbing into the concrete, and you know. So the sealer that we're using is a concrete sealer from Smart Seal. So we're doing the first coat in the matte sealer because this is the one that you can apply the tint additive to, and then the second coat to give it the shine that you don't really use the tint with is the silky wet look. It says here, if you're using the colour tints, please use the matte instead of the silk. So you can use the matte first with the tint and then put the silk over the top. And we've got the plum tint. So he sent the deep red. I've been talking to Nigel quite closely on this one. He's been really helping me out with it. That's the plum. And it's hard to sort of gauge what colour you need until you're in front of the drive. Like until you've got it in your hand. And even when we were putting it down, it was like it really brightened up quite a lot. And then when it dried, it started to darken down a little bit. It almost looked fluorescent when we were putting it on, but that's cool. It's a bit of a nerve-wracking process because if it gets too hot, we're screwed. And it was starting to blister because it took a bit longer than I expected. There were a few areas where it started to bubble and blister because it was flash drying in the sun. Anything above about 22 degrees, 23 degrees, and it'll flash dry. So the first section that we did was all in the shade, and it was fine, even though there's quite a lot in between the joints that we couldn't brush out. We were applying it with a brush. And then the last bit that we did was like in the full direct sunlight at about 10 o'clock in the morning, so it's starting to really warm up a bit, and you could see literally bubbles starting to appear. You had to pop them with your hand. But the second coat should clear any of that, any sort of any weirdness. We're just going to do it nice and early, and we're actually going to start from the bottom this time and work our way back to the top. So yeah, we applied it with a 10-inch brush, and that's on their website as well. It's like a broom. Much more success this time with the bristles. I've filmed it as well, because last time the bristles were like falling off into the sealer. So when I spent more time picking hair off of the concrete than I was actually brushing it into the concrete, and I was getting really annoyed with it. But this time I ordered 2 brushes, and I spent probably 10 solid minutes the day before brushing them together, brushing them on the wall, pulling the bristles out, and really trying to do like a proper job on them. And we still had a few that came out, but you know, nothing half as bad as before. So yeah. Hi Callum, I don't know if you're still here, mate. I'm sorry. You okay, mate? What are you doing tomorrow? Replacing my auxiliary belt on my van because it broke today. So I've got to find one of them. Go and pick it up. How many roller heads did you go through on the recolouring? On the pattern imprinted concrete, we used a brush. And these are reusable as well. As soon as I dip this back into the sealer, like it will solidify, it'll go hard. But as soon as I dip it back into the sealer, because it's got xylene in it, it'll re-emulsify and you can just use it again. Which is quite cool. Although if it's got a colour tint on it, you probably don't want to use it on a different job. But I can use these for the second coat. Nothing better. The best thing I ever did was start my business. Agreed. Same with me. If I could do exterior cleaning full time, I'd love nothing more. What's stopping you, Andy? What did you do when you first started your company to get business? Literally just did friends and family jobs. That transpired into them recommending me to their friends and family, and just took before and after pictures of every single job. Started a Facebook account, started an Instagram, and started uploading stuff. And the reason I've done particularly well is because I've made loads of like reels. I've filmed like a lot of my jobs, and I think that's set me apart from most people. Oh, this dog. I did 1 round of flyers and got no business, but I felt I didn't commit enough. Only did 50 houses. Yeah, I think you need to put like hundreds of flyers out. I'm gonna just see what the dog's barking at. I'll be back in a sec. Now it does take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have 2 other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video. Sorry about that. Sophie's home. That was what the commotion was. Rich is from like the Walsall area. The resin compound is fine if 2 of you and not blazing hot. Yeah, having a second person to help. Oh, I see what you mean. The one that you mix, the Titan stuff. You can get it down quick enough if this is 2 of you. Yeah. Oh, Jack, it's been a scorcher, innit? How about you? What you been up to? Fake it till you make it. I don't know, Dave. Do you think... do you just... In the early days, did you just sort of take on anything that came your way? Or did you... Like, I don't know. Fake it till you make it's a good idea in when there's so much at stake. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I'm 50. Sorry, mate. Oh, dear. We've done a few commercial gutters now. Oh, nice. We try and clear all the fronts where the foot traffic is before 8 AM. That's a really good idea. Yeah, we did it in the afternoon because it was the second job of the day. We went there for about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So yeah, that would have been a good call. That's a really good idea. I'll bear that in mind for next time. Be careful with the additive stuff. I had a nightmare with it. Exact same sealer. I have a nightmare with it every single time I do it. Every time I use concrete sealer, I just have issues, to be honest. It's a very... I think you've got to really, really know what you're doing with it, and there's so many opportunities to make mistakes with it. And very, very expensive mistakes as well. And I just feel like I might have overpromised a little bit on this job, but I just want like a consistent finish now, and I think I'm going to struggle to get it without spending a lot more money on a lot more sealer and taking the time to get back over there. What was your issue with it, Liam? Regarding roller heads, the grey recolor block paving, 6 AM leaf blower job. Oh, we used... I think I used 1 roller per coat. But like on a tarmac job, we did 170 square meters of tarmac. We had like 2 roller heads, 2 roller heads per coat per roller. So 4 roller heads per coat on that one. Just because they do get like stiff very quickly. They start out about this big and then they shrink down to about this big after you lean on them a little bit and you put a bit of effort into it. It really does start to not degrade, but you pick up stones and yeah, it just sort of wears down quite quickly. I'm sure you could wash it and it'll fluff back up again, but I think it's easier just to obviously put another roller on halfway through if it's a big job, you know. But yeah, I'd definitely start a new one at every coat, no matter how big it is, really. What's stopping me doing this full time? I need more consistent work. What I do now, work shifts, so I'm able to work days off. I'll soon be going part-time, meaning I have blocks of 10 days off. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, if you can just reduce your hours or go part-time at work, that's probably the way to do it. That's how I did it. I started doing it around my full-time job. Then I asked for less hours, which they couldn't give me. So in the end, I got so busy that I just said, like, I've either got to leave or, like, is there anything else you can do for me? And they ended up putting me on a 0-hour contract. So I didn't have any commitment to do any hours, really. I could say this week, I can't do anything for you. Next week, it's gone a bit quiet, so I can do, like, 2 days, 3 days a week. And that was really, really helpful. For the first winter, I had virtually no work coming in. Because I think the first winter, I wasn't even offering gutter clearing, if I remember correctly. Or I might have just started advertising for gutter clearing and didn't really have much work. So that shocked me a little bit. I didn't realise pressure washing was just going to like fall off a cliff at the end of September. I did 220 square meters of imprinted concrete the other week, cleaned and sealed with a wet look sealer, just over £1.50, and clean and seal. I was there for 4.5 hours. Hello.
Hello. This cat is literally sitting outside the door like it's not meant to be out of the house.
Really?
It's really cute as well. I feel like it's
Have you seen it?
I've never seen it before. It's like an indoor house cat.
I wonder if it's Claire's. Oh no, she didn't keep it as indoors, did she? You could take a picture of it and post it. It might be able to smell our cat.
Literally sitting on the doorstep.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Tried to get in. Oh, grass now.
Do you see the neighbours have been feeding Kippy ham again?
I saw by your video.
So our neighbours, they think they're being cute, and they're feeding our cat. Their little boy's feeding our cat, which is nice. But the amount of ham, she's just puked up like a whole packet of ham. And it looks like it's that smoked ham as well, because it's got the ring around the edge. And she just come into Maya's room and just puked it all up on the floor. And the other day, she was chewing on literally a carcass outside, like a cooked chicken carcass. I'm like, you can't give her a chicken carcass. It's once you're cooked like chicken, you can't give them bones to dogs or cats because they go really brittle after they've been cooked and they can choke on them. I have cleaned it up, yeah. You think I just left it? I did scrub it, yeah. £1.50, cleaned and sealed. I was there 4.5 hours.
Shall I not bring it in then?
Sprayed it on, went really fast. Bring what in?
The cat.
No, don't bring it in.
It's really cute.
Coda's going to eat it.
I love it. It's really fluffy. It's like it shouldn't be outside. It's like well groomed and everything.
Hi, Maya.
Yeah, it's Daddy. Give him a kiss. Give him a kiss, good night. I'll pick you up.
Love you. That's not a hug.
I'm doing a hug. What is this?
That's Luca's praying mantis.
What is that?
Can I show everyone? I think that's pretty good. He's supposed to be up like that. I'm talking to everyone.
Which are you talking? Which bit are you talking to, everybody?
Can you see these people here that are typing messages? They're all talking to us. We'll say hi.
Yeah.
Go on in.
Hi.
There you go.
Can I wear David?
No.
Why?
Because then I can't hear anything.
Can you hear anything now?
I've still got one in, so yeah. How are you there for 4.5 hours if you've cleaned it and then sealed it? Because you can't seal it in the same day. But spraying it on would be great. The only trouble is, I mean, if you're spraying on clear sealer, I suppose that's fairly simple. The only trouble is with the concrete sealer is it's if you let it pull between the joints and it's like a warm day, it's just gonna blister. I'm quoting a 90 square meter block paved recolour, so that's handy to know. If I take 4 or 5, I'll have spare. Yeah, it's good to take more than you need just in case. But I've got prices now for I've been writing a little list of prices. I love you.
Love you.
Sweet dreams. See you in the morning. Daddy day tomorrow, yeah?
Daddy said Daddy day tomorrow.
While Daddy's fixing his van. She's sad about it.
You sad about it, Maya? No, you're not too on toes.
So for my standard water-based block paving sealing for like the Screwfix stuff, £9 per square metre. Block paving colour enhanced sealer, so that's like a slightly more expensive sealer, £10 per square metre. Block paved recolour, £13 per square metre. Thinking about increasing that slightly if you're going to take into account like either hard setting sand or if you need to order like a tub of clear sealer to set the sand hard after you've coloured everything, you know what I mean? Have you changed the day you release your weekly video? No, I just I'm not just going to put out videos every week now. I want to put out videos that are really good and that are like interesting jobs and stuff. So I'm not doing a video a week. I'm putting a bit more effort into each video now. So hopefully the quality will be a little bit better. But it'll just mean, yeah, there'll be a bit of a gap. My issue was that I got to the job at 6 AM, sealed it, all good, went well. Back at 6 PM to put on a second coat. It was in April. Started putting it on and it dried a completely different colour. And I had to spray xylene to remove every bit of it and restart. Took 3 weeks to get it sorted, and now I just won't seal and printed or stamped concrete with additive, except anti-slip. So, what do you mean? It dry? So you put a colour additive in it? Yeah. It's meowing at the front door. It can't come in. No, I'm busy. There's a cat trying to get in the house. So you've applied the sealer with a tint additive in it, and it's dried a completely different colour. That's weird. Nigel did tell me that it can look a bit different after a couple of days, but that's concerning me now. What would your budget be for starting out? I'm thinking starting a business with my mate. We've put 300 quid in each, and I was going to use my car. Great idea, mate. Yeah. I started with 400 quid. I was working out the back of my girlfriend's Toyota RAV4. Got a little petrol machine, got myself a broom, a little hose reel, and I just started, mate. And you'll get that money back in two jobs, two well-priced jobs. So yeah, just expect it to take a little bit longer than you first imagine, because the cleaning portion is potentially the easy bit. It's the clearing up afterwards and the rinsing everything down, making sure the windows are clean, the gutter pipes, the down pipes are clear, all the bins are rinsed off. You got to know where your drainage is going to end up, so all that sludgy water all needs clearing up, and if it's draining half a mile down the road, it means you're going to have to clean the road as well, going down towards the drain, do you know what I mean? So yeah, just go into it thinking this is going to take a long time. If you think it's going to take an hour, 2 hours, double it. Yeah, just get going, mate. Just start. Very cool that you're starting out. Although you have started at sort of the tail end of the season, but that shouldn't stop you. Just, set your expectations in that pressure washing work tends to dry up around end of September, and then people start looking at more, roof cleaning or gutter clearing. But you could even look into, if it does dry up, you could look into like a window cleaning round. I've never explored window cleaning, but lots of exterior cleaners, they'll do window cleaning plus everything else. I had to put everything into it. Being a single dad, having my son full time with a mortgage and a dog, kind of had no choice but to make it work. Yeah, I was in a similar mindset. I was like, if I'm going to do it, this cannot fail, so I'm going to do everything in my power to make it successful. And I'm not going to make any stupid financial decisions. Like, I'm not just going to leave my job. You know what I mean? I'll put a picture in the Discord. Okay, Darren, give me 2 minutes, mate. So starting out, do you need to like register a business with the government, etc., or can you just start? No, maybe make a social media page and stuff, but up until the point that you've earned £1,000, you don't have to sort of declare anything. You don't have to declare that you're a business, but As soon as you get past the threshold of earning £1,000, it's at that point you go onto the government website, register as a sole trader, and type in your business name and all that sort of stuff. Very, very easy process. It's not difficult. I could start a new business tonight. You know what I mean? It's very simple. You just need like address and I think things like national insurance number or proof of identity and stuff. So yeah. Let's see if Darren's around. Hello, matey. Hello, hello, hello.
Let me see if I can hear you in my ears. Are you coming in my ears?
Am I coming in your ears?
No, I can't hear you. What have I done wrong?
It's maybe in your...
Probably my end, Jake. Bear with me a second. How do I check?
Did 2 light coats so it wouldn't pull. Yeah, that's great, mate. Did you do it on the same day?
Hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
You look fantastic, by the way.
I feel fantastic.
Do you? Like, I like the shaved with the goatee.
Yes, I'm loving the look.
It looks really good.
It's my original look. In all honesty, before I went full beard. Yeah, how are you doing?
Busy, sweaty, stressed out. Everything's going wrong, but going right at the same time. Got to be grateful for the position you're in. But yeah, things still go wrong every day. It's like trying to catch up. But yeah, how about you?
I had a day off, so I've had none of it to deal with today. It's been nice.
You don't have days off. What are you talking about?
And exactly that. It's a bit of a weird one. Sonia was applying, so you're a bit younger than me, so you probably didn't watch these. But when I was a kid, I watched the Gladiators.
I watched.
And it was absolutely awesome.
Can you remind me of some of their names? Because that'll bring back so many memories.
The old ones was like Jet, Lightning, Cobra, Wolf.
Wolf, I remember Wolf.
Yeah. So they rebooted it. It came on last year on a Saturday night, and I just happened to catch an episode. I don't normally watch telly. It came on. I happened to catch an episode, and the kids watched it with us. Oh, hello! I'm on Jake's. Do you want to say hello? I'm on Jake's thing.
Jake's live.
Hello.
Yeah, Jake Wabby says hello. Oh, she said, "Oh, wait there. What's she doing now?"
Nice T-shirt.
Oh, wait there. We got the. There's a lag lock. And I got a green one locked for my photos at work.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
You should get a PWS one that's got your logo on the bottom. So when you take your selfies and stuff, that's a sick idea.
Yeah. So I've got it now. So when we have good ideas in the chat now, we can do like a thumb up and a thumb down.
That's cool.
So yeah, so they rebooted it and the kids liked it, and she applied and they gave us the bloody tickets to go and queue up to watch it. So I had quite a good day, to be fair.
Oh, it's a free one?
Yeah, totally free.
Oh, that's sick. Awesome.
Totally free. I know why my internet's playing up. I've got my VPN turned on and it's not giving me enough bandwidth. So bear with me 1 second.
I mean, you still, out of all of my guests, you still have the crispiest camera and the crispiest audio. So there's no problem this end.
No, my end's a bit rubbish. It keeps booting you off YouTube and whatnot. But anyway, yes, that was good. What have I missed?
Just been talking about how hot and sweaty we are and how difficult it is to... but no, actually how satisfying it is and how gratifying it is to run your own business. Do you still feel like that?
Sometimes.
Mm.
Sometimes. I've had to, over the last few years, make a decision where am I prepared just to keep going to work every day to make a wage, or do I want to push past that and build something? So this started a few years ago, which is why I do so many hours, because I no longer just want to make my wages. I want to build something. I want to put other people in place. I want to detach myself from the business so that in 10 years' time I can sell it.
Yeah.
And it's worth something, because while it's all just me, or all just you in your business, or all just somebody else in theirs, the business doesn't really have any worth, because the business ain't worth what you are.
Yeah.
Once you get out of that and it can operate with a manager, I think that, and I mean properly operate with a manager. I don't mean a lackey that you can send out to do one or two jobs. I mean,
I hadn't thought about that. You're absolutely right. As soon as you step back and become a manager of the entity, then it's valuable. But while you're still on the tools, it's worth nothing, because if someone were to come and approach you to buy you out, they'd have to buy you rather than buy the business.
Yeah. And that's only worth what you are as a contractor, not what, it's not worth anything. So
yeah,
I know it's slightly different, but not massively different. We're all small business owners. We're all trying to manage expectations of customers. We all go to work every day to try our best. But yeah, so that's something. So that's why I rarely have days off, and it's why sometimes I get a bit grumpy about things, because I'm pushing really hard to try and get out the other side. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting what was my hiccup in all of this is I never expected this green stuff to be popular.
Mm.
So that really caught me. So my business, very much until this green stuff turned up, was pretty much what you see every time you go down to pressure wash sales and service, where they're out on site fixing farmers and hauliers, and a lot of their work's in repair vans out on site doing the fix stuff. That's basically what my business was solely.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that with occasional people coming to work. Now, for anybody that comes to my place, you'll know that some days there's a queue of vans out and round the corner. The brand has sort of took off, which is it's not a bad thing, but it's just different problems. I mean, I've had to change the course of what we're doing. It's meant I've had to change my mentality. I've got to do things now like learn about comprehensive CRMs, because we've had points where our lead times have been, or our build board, not necessarily lead times, because depending on what you order will depend on how quick it would be. But when we've got something like 350 orders on the board that can have come in one of three ways, so they're on three different systems, I've now got to find an active CRM that can amalgamate all of that, and probably have just a person full time that only does administration now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a complete change from what I was doing. We've got a really cool job system in place that's really good if we go out and repair out on site. Take a picture of what we do, get a signature of the job, add the parts to it. It all compiles a history of your machine. You know what I mean? That's really good for on site. Absolutely useless for building stuff.
Can I tell you something I've been doing that's helped me with that? Because I was in the same boat where I'm getting messages on Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, emails, phone calls, texts, TikTok inquiries, coming from all different angles, multiple times a day. And so I'm having to check all these different apps intermittently throughout the day, because I can't have my notifications turned on, because I get too many notifications coming through, and my phone just fills up. Like, the Discord is bad enough for notifications, let alone having everything else on at the same time. But now I've got a copy and paste message saying, thanks for your inquiry. Just to let you know, all my services, there's a 6-week wait on all services. If you'd like to continue, here's a link to my website. Please fill out the contact form as thoroughly as you can, and I'll get back to you. And that has meant that people go through my website, through the contact form, instead of going back and forward with them, asking for their name and address, their full address, because people like, you ask for their address and they'll give you the postcode. And it's like, no, I need your full address. And they can attach pictures and stuff. And so now all my inquiries are coming through my inbox on my email, which has been super helpful.
Yeah, we've got an automated message that appears, but
my issue is that some people contact me with questions. Like I had a lad call me today and say, "Can I have some advice?" I'm like, kind of working at the moment, but I can't have an automated message because not everyone wants a quote from me. Sometimes people are just getting in touch.
It's complicated. I think our problem is because it comes in over so many different platforms, and then there's so many messages. I mean, I must get 30 to 40 messages daily on my personal Facebook. We probably get similar on the works, and then you've got all of the other bits of communication, and the only communication that's shared amongst the business is the WhatsApp and the emails. So the WhatsApp's checked periodically through the day by 4 different people, and the emails are checked by 4 different people through the day. The rest of it, so the Facebook, because it's linked to Facebook profiles, that's basically you know what I mean. I'm having to pass those on to other people. So I'm going to find a CRM that works.
You can make people
admins
on that Facebook page so they receive the messages as well.
Yeah, but then I get them moaning at me that it's attached to their personal Facebook.
And also you get a message that's got limited information, and then you respond, and then when you respond, they come back at you with like another 5 different questions. So you're engaging in this back and forth conversation, whereas if you just get all the information up front, then you can work from that. And
I don't disagree with you. It's something I've got to learn, because this is much different. So for me, it clearly isn't a blip. So as you know, I've been talking about this being a blip for us since it started. It's obviously not going to be a blip. It's not a blip, so I've got to invest in it. We've took on 2 more members of staff this year, one an admin and one in the workshop. We've changed up how we do stuff. It's as you're finding with your second Jake. So we've got my Jake and other Jake. You're changing how you do your stuff because you're expanding, you're evolving. It's not.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's difficult because it's hard to like you wouldn't turn it down, but like when you get a spike in popularity and then it continues, it's hard to. It's like, okay, is this a spike? Do I employ loads more staff and train and go through all that effort of training them up, or am I going to do that and then actually it goes back down again and it mellows out and it's like, okay, I've just got all these staff now that I haven't got any work for, and that was my fear. So that's been my fear all summer, that actually for our winter workload, what I'm expecting to be here at winter, we've got more than enough staff to do it, which is why I've been reluctant to make changes for the peak. Just sort of stretch it out. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? But obviously this increase is around to stay. We have reached a larger group of like a large group of people now. and not so much further afield neither. I'm having people that live 10 minutes from our place turning up going, I've got no idea that you're here. You know, we've been buying from X, Y, and Z for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
We had no idea there was somebody in our hometown, because what does happen in the jet wash world is you do tend to find, unless you're an absolute price shopper, you do tend to find one company and stick with them, because once you start to spend with that company, they tend to treat you a little bit better when you're struggling.
Or it's just easy.
It's just easy.
If it's the first person that comes up on Google and they do, you know, next day delivery or whatever, it's just easy to shop with them.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's cool. I'm liking it.
I've had my sister hassling me for because I hinted at, you know, potentially needing some help with admin, and I spoke to my accountant, and it doesn't make sense to take on a third full-time member of staff at the moment. I could probably manage it, but with winter just around the corner, like it would be a bit of a silly move right now. But now she's like, I want to come and work with you. I want to come and work with you. I could do so much. I could manage all your messages. I could do your social media posts. And it's like, yeah, that'd be so helpful, but I just don't know if I could pay you over the winter.
So I do have because one thing I did do earlier on this year is I no longer do our social media.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So probably for the last 6 months, I've not done it. I have it's something that I'm gonna offer this service through us, because the contact doesn't want to manage it herself. She's brilliant at what she does, but she doesn't want to deal with the people and the money. So we're going to put a few packages together for the few people that pop in. Cheap as chips, do you know what I mean? And she just does it all for us. WhatsApp us some pictures and a short description. Tell her the frequency that I want the post to go out. She does the lot. She does Facebook, Instagram, does all of it. She do part of the messaging as well if we asked her to. But at the moment, it'd be no better than an automated response.
Yeah, Callum's just my mate Callum from Solar Secure has just started paying about £50 a month, and they're doing some AI stuff. So he sends them a load of images, and he tells them the frequency of the posts, and it uses like ChatGPT or whatever to write out like a generic thing, and then it posts every couple of days, I think.
Yeah.
But I think you still. Do you not think that you still, if you're taking the effort to take the photo in the first place and write a brief description and then send that somewhere, is it not just as easy to put that on Instagram?
No, because we get hassled and reminded to do it. And it comes through to a group WhatsApp, so everybody's now involved at work in it. I don't have to remind everybody to do it, and I don't have to remind myself to go on and do it.
Right.
I get hassled and reminded that I need to do it.
Okay, so you need more images, like we need more content, sort of thing.
Correct.
Right.
So you've used all your content up. What's left on your phone? Because the funniest thing that happens is I've got no idea what's going out each day on our social media, and I'll get. It was like a few weeks ago. I was down in the New Forest, and I stopped in to visit a customer down in the New Forest. By the time the social media post went live a week later, the office had a bunch of calls from our customers that were based down in the New Forest that have just seen the Facebook post go out going, since Darren's down in the New Forest, is he in a service van? Can he nip round and see us?
Oh.
And it was like, social media is not actually quite real life at the moment. It's,
That's cool that it's working though.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Oh, we've got some questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you got any questions before the most recent ones that come?
Just seen a short on Facebook of someone cleaning a drive with no shoes on. This was not just your homeowner; he had a proper van and a surface cleaner. Oh God!
You know what? You're just asking for somebody to take that picture and then shame you in front of the world, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, also, I took a picture the other day someone else, it's quite common to have a wonky ladder on the back of a van. It's not just me.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because people at home do it and they put it on however they see fit, and then they stand on it and it bends the door so it looks wonky from the back.
Yeah. So I felt a bit better after seeing that.
It won't matter anyway. That van of yours will be scrapped soon, so
Why?
you go with it. I've read the title of tonight. The van's broke.
Yeah. This is my auxiliary belt that I fished off the floor on the way home today. It's no end, constant problems.
Love it.
Connor,
Welcome to it, mate.
Connor says build to sell. When we were talking about building a business, you stepping away and that business suddenly becoming valuable. And
yeah,
I've never
that's something honestly never occurred to me for the first 10 years of being in business. That's what I should be doing. I was too focused on making a wage and being on the tools and not necessarily expanding, but rolling with it and just trying to get there.
When you say that's what I should be doing, that's what you should be doing if you want to earn as much money as possible and set yourself up for the future. But
you need an out. You need an out.
You do, yeah.
It's going to become a point where you're too old, too tired, don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
Your business, suddenly you've got 100 employees and you're taking over the world, and you want to, you want off it. You want to do something else. Unless you've made it worth something to somebody else, I don't think you can. I think you've done it all for nothing. You've just made wages. That's all you've made.
Yeah.
Wages and a few nice things.
That's a very good point. Yeah, it's all sort of been for nothing. It's all been so that you can survive.
Mm.
And then
I don't want to just survive anymore. I don't know about you, but
yeah, and then once you break your leg and you have to step away, no one else can step in your shoes and continue for you.
Exactly that.
Yeah. So is that the way every business should go, or does it depend on what you want in life? Because I'm in that area where I'm struggling.
On you. I mean, if you want to be a handyman, for example, for the rest of your life, and yours is a single person handyman business, and you've got low overheads and you enjoy the variety and going out and just doing that every day, crack on, that's for you. But if I want a retirement plan, what I don't want to be doing in retirement is
responding to Instagram messages.
Do you know what I want to do when I retire?
Nothing.
But not quite. I quite fancy getting my HGV license and doing 1 or 2 days a week, like fill-in, like agency driving, just where they pay like 300, 400 quid a day just to go and do a single day and just to fill in so you can get out and about. You're not, you're in your own space, you have a bit of thought. You're not working every day, you're working every now and again for a bit of pocket money on top
whenever you want to work, not whenever
whatever.
You've been told to work.
Exactly. There you go. Connor's summed it up. It's always built to sell, even if you don't want to sell, it's just a concept. So you aren't trapped by the thing you started to free you.
Ooh. You aren't trapped. You aren't trapped by the thing you started to free you. Wow, that's such a good quote. Connor, did you come up with that yourself, or is that stolen? Because that's very good.
Pinch it, my Jake. That'll be the slogan all over the Discord for the next week. It's all a very good point. Right. So what else have we got? Did you get a glad hand, or don't they do them anymore? No. This is all they've got. Whatever. Well, it says on the bottom of it. This is that's it. No glad hands.
Connor, I'm just going to save that text just so that I don't lose that. It's a very good quote.
Smart exterior, loving the laser etched hotbox front plate you did for me. And he polished it and fitted the needle valve too. Yeah. I might have a laser etcher at work, Jake.
Have you?
Yes.
So that it tickles the metal with your pattern on it?
Well, not just that. when customers have popped up, we might have been putting their logo on the front of the stainless steel stuff on our builds.
That's a good idea.
You know what? It's sexy, it's cool, it's unique. I think it makes the customers feel like it's their own. I think when somebody looks at it as well, they get to go, "Ooh, pretty."
I think
You know,
I've got a bit of a theory where when you first get into the game, you want what everyone else has got, the best, you know, the thing that everyone else uses because you know it's not going to break. And then when you've been doing it 3 or 4 years, you want something custom that suits your exact needs.
Yes, exactly. That's sort of why I say to everybody that comes in, yeah, if they want to, I have so many guys come in the shop that just want to spend all their money and buy all the accessories from the get-go. And I'm like, guys, you want to go out and do it a bit, you know, a turbo nozzle, a rotary cleaner, and a largest machine will do 95% of all of your basic cleaning work.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then the rest of the time, it's about you working out what you need and how you want it to work for you.
Whether it fits in your space, whether it does exactly what you need it to do, whether it suits your service,
space, function.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All of it, yeah.
And then you can start getting a bit bougie with all the little extras that make your life easier.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. So let's have a look. I've had a K1 fitted to my Honda 390 for no control of the pressure into roofs. It stalls quite frequently. You need to use your needle valve is what you need to do. You need to have a needle valve on there, or a steam valve, they're sometimes called. And it's a mixture between, and we went through this with you, didn't we, Jake? It's a mixture between lowering your revs and bleeding off some of the pressure with the needle valve, so you don't stall the engine when you let go of the trigger. The two's a balancing point. There's not an exact science to it. It's done by feel and learning your equipment. It's different for every bit of equipment, but the principle's the same.
And having that in combination with a pressure gauge makes all of your work repeatable. Once you find a comfortable pressure for each surface or each nozzle that you're using, maybe your rinse down nozzle for doing your windows and gutters, or you got your surface cleaner on tarmac. Once you've done that job once and you're happy with the results, remember what pressure you used and use it again next time.
Yeah, definitely. What is the wait time at the minute for van mounted system from PWS? Do you know what? It depends on which system and what you want on it. Anything from a few days to 3 or 4 months.
Do you have frames? You know the custom van mounted. Is it what's the frame called that you get the tank mounted into it as well?
So at the moment we do 2 with the tank on the back. We do the compact, which is the hot, and then we're phasing out the PB with the tank on the back.
Oh, why?
Because there's an all new one coming.
Oh, okay.
The acronym, the it's got a code name, just like the PB's got a code name. So if anybody in the chat has actually spoke to us, we'll know what PB stands for. The next one is going to be a BM. It's going to be the Alpha BM. That will come with a tank on the back of it. It's a cold water machine. It will have high pressure reel, low pressure reel, and it will be either with our new budget line engine pump setup. So we've done one for in between the high Hyundai and the premium stuff. So we've done it runs about 19 litres a minute, 225 bar on a 14 horsepower engine.
That sounds great.
Yeah, and it falls in that sort of 1,200 quid plus the back bracket.
Really?
Ish. Yeah, it's really competitively priced.
That is a great price for that.
It's got a premium pump, return to tank and load valve on it. So that will be an option on this new frame. And it'll go all the way up to V twins. Do you know what I mean? What we're finding is it's too complicated for us to do our current PB and then make it looks like a simple frame, but it really isn't in the way it's constructed. So we've changed the PB. You may or may not have noticed, those of you that are keen looking, but we've changed the PB to be part of our new concept, which is why I've been hidden. So you may have noticed, Jake, but I've not been about at all because I've been busy scribbling away, sorting out what we're going to do. And part of it is you'll spot it on our Facebook posts. I've not changed the pictures on the website yet. So we've changed the concept with the PB. That's a new one there. So we've changed the concept of the PB. So the PB now incorporates a Skid X.
Yeah.
So that you can buy Skid X. If you want to upgrade to a PB, you don't have to buy the Skid X part of the PB frame next. So it'll be cheaper, so you can go up to the next step. And then the new machine will be a completely new design frame. It'll be roughly a meter wide, with the 250 tall tank on the back, but with an option for a bigger tank than that.
Mm-hmm.
The only decision we've got to make is whether we're going to make it so the tank on the back straps to the front frame to reduce costs, or has got metal framework around it. We haven't decided yet which way we're going to go.
Didn't you have it that you had a adjustable metal frame that you were working on before?
Yes, we did on the PB, but it makes it complicated and expensive.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And nobody had it in the other configuration. And it also meant that the lead times were just getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, the lead times are tumbling now. We're getting we're in control of the lead times now, and the PBs that were on order, they're coming through. So we've had, I think it's 5 or 6 arrived this morning.
I couldn't imagine offering so many custom. It's all well and good buying stuff in and then shipping it when someone wants something, but you're having to buy individual components in, like engines and pumps and whatever, put them together, and then you're building custom frames, wait for them to be fabricated and powder coated, put them together, and then you've got the boilers as well that you've got to wire up yourself. Like, you're doing so many different things. It's pretty crazy, to be honest.
Yeah. So, well, what has happened is for those of you that have been in the shop will have seen I've not been particularly on the spanners. I've been actually fabricating to help the fabricator catch up, because it was quicker to do that than to bring in another company to do more of the fabrication for us.
How's your welding?
So my welding, well, I made that PB that you're just looking at from start to finish.
Did you? I'd love to be able to weld.
Many years ago, I used to be a welder.
Oh.
In past lives. So that particular one there, I made that one from start to finish.
No wonder you're so handy. Can I pick your brain?
Of course you can.
So I'm.
There you go. Let etching look.
Yeah, that's why I pulled that up. Yeah. So I know you've been well into your solar panels recently for your house, but you also do solar panels for the tops of vans to do boilers and. If you get like a big leisure battery, which I'm assuming is what people like Sid have got for their boilers and stuff, is that right?
Ish. Principles. Correct,
Oh no, because they recharge from the machine, don't they?
No, not necessarily.
No.
So, if we're going to go, how technical do you want me to be?
Well, what I'm asking is, say if I had a couple of solar panels on the roof of a van,
yeah,
and I wanted to 24/7 heat a tank of water. I'm thinking about these builds that have window cleaners that have hot water. could you have like an immersion heater in the tank running off a
You could. You're
battery?
going to struggle for watts. So so 200 watts of solar panels is going to generate you a little 10, 11 amps in sunlight, 5 amps, not in sunlight, cloudy. You're going to need several batteries, probably plug in overnight if you want to go 24/7. You'd be much easier having a proper boiler and setting it up with some electro valves where a simple program with some sensors where when your machine's idling, it diverts the hot water back to your tank.
I'm thinking more of a 12-volt pump style setup, like a window cleaner would have.
You could run a 12-volt setup to a small boiler and just bring it up to 40 degrees. The reason why the hot boxes work so well is because they use diesel to generate the diesel or heating oil to generate the biggest part of the kilowatts, the biggest part of the energy.
Right.
The smallest part of the electricity to turn the pumps.
So you don't need to constantly heat 500 liters of water. You can just heat what you need when you're using.
You could heat on demand because even the smallest boiler that off the shelf runs through a small 4 or 5 litre a minute pump. That'd be hot. You set that to 40 degrees, you'd hardly use any fuel.
And how hot? I don't know if you know this sort of information off the top of your head, but if I wanted to clean, for example, like solar panels with hot water, how hot is too hot? How hot can I get away with to try and melt some of that lithium and make it like really easy to clean?
Your biggest problem doing it through low. So if you're not going to use your jet wash kit and you're going to soft wash style it, your problem will be the plastics in the soft wash pump, the plastics in the soft wash handles, and the pipe that you use for soft washing. That single skin,
the tube,
PVC type tube pipe
that just melt.
That would just melt.
Right.
You would be much better off just using your big machine turned down with a boiler attached to it, with your roof cleaning pole with a brush on the end of it.
That makes, I didn't consider that. Would that be
much easier?
Would that be quite heavy? I think that would be well heavy, wouldn't it? The high pressure hose running through it, because cleaning solar panels is difficult as it is, let alone having to do it with a big heavy water fed pole, high pressure water fed pole. It's just something I've been thinking about.
I think, by the way, that whoever can come up with a way to clean solar panels quickly, efficiently, and cheaply, like window cleaning, right? So hear me out before you tell me it's not enough money, right? But I think that when you get to that point, so for example, I've got 28 solar panels on my house. I would have them done every quarter with my windows, so every 8-12 weeks with my windows if it was 30-40 quid.
Yeah, but right? Instead I'm charging £17 per panel, and you can't get that done every 6 weeks.
Every quarter, every 6 weeks. So, and I think that the company that develops the process to do it as quickly and as easily as cleaning windows, where you literally turn up and can do it from the ground and simply with relatively cheap equipment and quickly, and the company that starts providing that to maybe their window cleaning customers and those others, I think they'll be the ones for the win. Because for me, my panels don't generate enough revenue to have a substantial clean done on them, even annually.
Yeah. So, but for someone like yourself, you are probably keeping an eye on your panels, and when they do start to get a bit grubby, you'll probably be on top of it. But most people are leaving them for 6 or 7 years to develop lichen
Well,
and bird poo.
You can see behind me. Look, they're my 2 inverters for my 2 sets of panels on my roof. One for each side with the battery pack sat behind me.
Yeah, it's Pirate Commander. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I don't think I've seen your name in it before. Greetings from Scotland. Welcome. When you say cleaning panels is easy, there's got to be a caveat to that, because it's not. If you're cleaning panels that are already clean, it's a piece of piss and it'll take minutes. But if you're cleaning panels that have got bird poo over them and lichen spots, yes, you can.
It's been there for 10 years.
Yeah.
I appreciate that there's different versions of the cleanup, but that isn't lost on me.
I did 15 panels the other day with me and Jakey. 2 of us up on the roof, so we're at the best cleaning angle we could be. We're coming from above. He had a soft plastic scraper, and I had water-fed pole.
Really, you were scraping?
Well, there's nothing else you can do. If you brush as hard as you have to brush to be able to get the lichen off, you're going to leave. It's going to be like a Brillo pad. You're going to leave tiny scratches. So if we can wet the panel first and then scrape the lichen.
Wet the panel, soft brush, a decent TFR style cleaner, they'd be clean, no hassle.
No, you're wrong. I've
Really?
done it. Yeah, I've done it too many times. Because I use TFR as well on the ones that are super dirty, and you can go at it. You can go at them lichens. You can pre-soak them. You can wet everything down first. You can spray the TFR on, let it sink in, and then start scrubbing these lichen spots. And they are so bloody stubborn with a brush. And if you
what you need to do is contact some solar companies, Jake, that are decommissioning some. And when they take the dirty panels off the roof, you need some of those really dirty panels so that you can sit it on the deck and work out which products work on it and which method. So you're not doing it on a roof miles away from where you can see.
Yeah. We found a technique now. This we use the TFR because it means we don't need to use pure water. It gives us that hydrophilic finish with this very specific TFR that I use. But because the TFR almost lubricates the panels, when we use that plastic scraper on them, it's like a nylon scraper. Yeah, it just slides and it's great. One person scraping, the other one brushing, and then we just do a rinse down. It's perfect.
Are you using the one that they sell for doing window frames?
The brush, you mean?
No, the product.
No, this is a caustic automotive TFR, which people have got issues with using like anything on panels, but most of the time the warranties.
Panels are dead safe.
Yeah,
panels are dead safe. What do you think happens to the ones that are on the top of caravans? Are the same panels clean with TFR and car washes all day long?
Yeah, and the issues are that if you're using caustic TFR, you're gonna, the metals on them, they're gonna start to degrade over time, and some of the components and screws and stuff. But if you've left it long enough for me to need to use TFR, you don't care about your panels anyway. You know what I mean? And one wash to get them back to their original form with TFR with a good rinse afterwards, it's not going to kill your panels. If you're doing it every month, then yeah, it's clearly not going to be.
You can switch out to a non-caustic. That's all you'd have to do, Jay. You use the caustic for the deep clean because it cleans better.
Yep.
Because of the acid content, and just switch out to a gentler product for your regular cleans.
Yeah, but everyone on Facebook will tell you that as soon as you use chemicals on a solar panel, it voids the warranty.
Full of shit. We'll have to say shit on your channel.
Yeah, but there's so many people spreading this, and like a product like
Would you like me to recommend somebody to come on your channel who's a solar installer and sells the products?
That'd be good.
And you could ask him all these kind of shit questions.
Yeah, that'd be good.
These really good questions.
I mean, like Max Clean Pro from Pure Seal, that is safe on solar panels. When you say no, avoid caustic, like I understand what you're saying. Regular use with caustic, but I'm not doing regular repeated use. Once I've cleaned it and I've got into a state that I'm happy with, and I'll clean them again in 12 months. I'll be using pure water, not caustic TFR, because there's no need.
Yeah.
You know.
What we got in the questions? We've done the stalls quite frequency. Noticed I'd done a logo for Sid on his new build. Very smart. Nice. Glad you noticed it. People must be paying attention. Somebody else, the whole build for Sid is very nice. Trailer designed very cleverly. A big secret with his trailer, but we're changing the design of the trailer. Actually, he's come back with a few requests, and that's going to be going through a revamp this next couple of weeks.
Where are you reading these comments? I can't see what you're reading.
I'm as far down. I've just gone past the Connor Bentley one. This is on the spot. Then there was the K1 from LRS. Then we've got Hunt, exterior clean about that. Then we've got, is it ILO? Marta said about builds. Then we've got Smart Exterior. Why don't you franchise PDS around the UK? So, I don't want to franchise PDS around the UK. What I have started from next year is when our production's fixed, I have other companies like PWS, like Pressure Washer Sales and Service, for example, that are going to become dealers of the Alpha brand. So the deals have been done, the hands have been shook. They know that I need to fix my production speed and increase our capacity, which is what we've been working on. So for those of you that have been coming into the place, you'll notice it's gone from being a workshop that's full of shit and spare parts all over the place to it's starting to look like it looks a lot emptier than what it did, but it's starting to look like a proper building place with various different tables and
like
some
production line.
Like a production line. So I don't want to franchise PWS out. I don't want the headaches. There's enough companies like what we do. They just need to become dealers, and a little bit of opening their eyes to this side of the business, and plenty of them could help. Right, can a needle valve be fitted to the K1? Yes, but as I've learned, Jake, depending on the brand of needle valve, depends on how close to the pump they like to be mounted.
Sorry. Thanks for watching, Pirate Commander. See you in a bit, mate. Thank you. Sorry. Say that again.
Got something from the end. So, can a needle valve be fitted to a K1? And the answer is yes, but depending on the brand, depends on how close to the pump. Because some needle valves on some pumps have some kind of harmonic vibration that tends to undo them no matter what you do. So some brands suffer with it more than others. But if you run a short hose, like a 1 meter hose or 1.5 meter hose, you're guaranteed for the needle valve to never undo itself, regardless of where you get it from.
I found with mine that I've held 3 different needle valves now, and in all of them, there's a difference in how stiff they are. Just naturally, just off the machine, some of them are stiffer than others, and I think the stiffer ones on my machine perform better.
Yeah, we get 1 in 10 of our needle valves play up, and it doesn't matter if we swap it out for another one. It's just that setup on that machine. So this is what we've learned. It's just that setup on that machine. It just doesn't like for whatever reason. However, the same brand needle valve never, ever, ever plays up on our compacts, regardless of the engine and pump that's fitted to them. And the only difference between our compacts and all of the others is they're on a 1.5 meter hose away from the pump, fitted to a flat plate that's not on the same vibration plane as the engine.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how that would make sense.
So we now have a little bracket, and we just mount the needle valve in a more convenient place on a bracket somewhere else, and they don't vibrate and they don't undo themselves, and it's just a fix. Which is why when Smart Exterior came down, he's got a new front panel for his boiler, because he's having his needle valve on his boiler, because after time his needle valve started to play up. And he's going to mount the new valve in the front of the boiler plate like we do on the compacts. So it's going to be that 1 meter, 1.5 meter away from the pump.
Did Squeaky D's was his on a plate? I can't remember.
No, it was fastened to the pump, same as what yours was.
Was it?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The vibration's just tickling it back.
Yeah, basically.
Because you could it was every time, I can't remember when it was on the trigger or off the trigger, that it would just start winding back.
Yeah, and it does it at different times for different people on different machines.
Yeah.
It was really weird. It took me ages. So you've got to think, I've been sending tons of these back to the manufacturer. We've used 3 different manufacturers, and we've had the same, and I've used 3 different types, including the same types that other suppliers supply. And we've had this same problem, but then on different machines. It's fixed it on one machine, and we've gone,
Yeah.
that was it. That was it. It was that. That's done it.
Yeah.
All right. And then suddenly we're back to the same sort of thing again. So that's what we found.
You sort of need to send them out for testing as well, don't you? You can't just, because it might work in the shop and then a couple of weeks later it's failed again. But that must be so frustrating not knowing what the actual issue is, and then you've got to move it from here to here.
I know it's took us a little bit of time to try and understand: is it a needle valve problem or is it a machine that it's fitted to?
Yeah.
Problem.
See you, Connor.
And I came to the conclusion that it was it wasn't particularly the valves. It was somebody saying it looks like I've lost some weight.
I think you look so much sharper shaved like that. I said it in one of your pictures a while ago. I'd never seen you like that before, and you look really good.
I have lost a little bit of weight. Not a massive amount, but I have lost a little bit.
Well done.
Your badminton season starts soon, Jakey boy. You coming over for play? Get walloped by the fat man.
I don't think I've ever played badminton, but I'd be happy to. Yeah, when you're talking.
Me and Danielson are starting something called Fitness Friday, and every Friday night we're going to go and do some form of exercise, whether it be badminton, swimming, the gym, some kind of class of some sort. But we're going to do it on a Friday, is what we're doing.
Jakey's well into his sports. He's properly into rugby and stuff, and he goes to the gym like 4 times a week. So I bet he'd be down as well. We should do that on a Friday.
He does look like a bit of a gym rat, does Jakey?
He's bloody huge, mate.
It'll keep him fit, lifting those things up. There we go. Smart just confirming his needle valve that was playing up when it was attached to his pump. Now he's moved it away. He's not turning down anymore. And that was a valve that was playing up.
Exactly the same setup. You've just moved it.
Just moved it. Yeah, same valve.
That's crazy.
Okay, right. So let's go up a little bit.
Where's the button for it? I would play an advert for you right now so that you can join the memberships. But I don't want to play an advert over Darren's face. So.
It's been ages since I've been on.
It has?
We did this like as we got into a habit of doing it semi-regular at one point, but I don't know, you've been busy, I've been busy.
I've been extremely overwhelmed these last few months, and I'm trying to do, like, I've had things with sponsors as well, like even just trying to get a video out every week has just been mad, and yeah, it's just been a bit too much for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's go up. So Hydroclean, I'm hoping for one of the frames that came in today is my van mount, very possibly. And you know what, if it isn't, don't fret, because there'll be a load. There's even more of those frames arriving at the end of the week. We're properly on top of production of those frames. Electric solar panel. What is the ultimate Friday breakfast back filling? And what sauce do you slap on it? Well, regular or ultimate, right? So a regular Friday or a nice Friday, dead simple: sausage, egg, and mushroom, black pepper, with a good dollop of mayonnaise in a nice soft batter. Now that is my idea of a nice Friday breakfast. But the
You can't have mayonnaise in the morning.
You have to have mayonnaise in the morning. But the ultimate breakfast, Jakey boys, our local place, as you know, do mock-ups, don't they? They are the ultimate.
It was huge, and I don't know how, because you also sorry, I'm trying to bloody verify. Oh god, this is annoying. Sorry, you'll have to talk amongst yourselves.
I'll have a look, see if there's any more. Let's have a look. Can you not convert a back pump to thermoplastic from hose? Probably. What's it? Touch it. Don't you have the thermoplastic hose to the water-fed pole, which is much lighter than 2 miles those roof cleaning? It's steaming, probably. Okay, how am I finding the Vanguard machines? Hearing some horror stories where they're nowhere near as reliable as the Hondas. Let's break it down and say it as it is, shall we, Jakey?
What's
Honda
going on?
versus Briggs and Stratton. All right, especially the Vanguards. Are we having any horror stories with the Briggs? The single cylinder Briggs is equally as reliable, if not more reliable, than the Honda 390. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb. I hardly ever see them with any proper problems. We see them with little things like low oil in them, or people have left shitty fuel in it. Rarely, I'm not saying it's impossible, but rarely see them with any actual proper problems. However, even 390s that are not that old have got problems with the decompression valve, where they're snapping your fingers off when you try and start them, and all manner of stuff that people rule off as other things on the 390s. Now, V-twins. I don't believe that any of the V-twins at the performance level that we run them at are reliable engines, whether it be Briggs and Stratton or Honda.
Really? Why?
I think they're equally as bad as each other. When you strap a pump on that uses all of the horsepower of the engine, so a pump that, so say for example they build the engine as being a 23 horsepower engine, and you put a pump on that requires 19, 20 horsepower because the 23 is peak. So you put one on for its regular, for its what's the word I'm looking at now? It's running horsepower, not its peak horsepower.
Yeah.
And when you put one on at its maximum, they're like a race engine. So the really high performance with what seems to be a really short lifespan. So people like...
So it's like a rally engine that's revving high constantly, and you're planning to rebuild it every year.
Right, so your V-twin, you rarely use that thing on full chat.
No.
Right, you use it turned down, doing little jobs. The engine's nowhere near labouring as hard as some of the other ones that are out there on the market. And the ones that I'm seeing in broken, and the ones that I'm seeing broken over the internet, so Facebook, I'm in the groups. So the ones that I'm seeing broken with, I think it's Ricky that has loads of them, isn't it? He calls them what name did he use for them? He had a name for it because he'd been through so many of the engines. And I just think that it doesn't matter whether you bolt a Honda to it or a Briggs & Stratton, they both suffer the same problem. However, if you come down a level on the pump, just one level down, or like you, Jake, only run your machine at 75%. So we came down a level on Squeaky Clean Dave's. Right, he could have had a 3250, and we went with a 3200. So we kept it down that level. His engine, even when he's using his pump full chat, is not working full hard.
What do you mean
I've not
3250?
He could have had 30 litres a minute, 250 bar.
But he's gone. Oh, I see. He's gone 3200. Yeah, yeah.
So he went 3200. And a 3200 pump requires less horsepower to turn over than a 3250.
Yeah.
So even when he's using that flat out, he's only using the engine at, let's say, 80% capacity. You know what I mean? 80% performance. Which is why, and I'm saying this touching some form of wood, I haven't seen that, or I haven't heard that Dave's had any particular trouble with his engine, but I'm sure he works that as hard as anybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Sid's, I don't know if he's done a reveal yet on his new van mount, but we've gone to an 18 horsepower engine, but we've only gone to a 26 200 pump. So that engine could turn that pump over in its sleep.
Yeah.
So he's gone from one performance level up. It's probably two down from what the engine could potentially run, but we're trying to get longevity and performance issues done. And in all honesty, SIDS will be the test to whether my theory is right. Because if his engine suddenly starts going wrong at 3, 4, 5 months old, we're all going to relive that every week in his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So that's what I believe, and I'm starting to have those chats with people now when they're talking about where they want to be with pumps and engines, and I think it's why the bigger end, the 27 horsepower, the bigger engines. I used to think that they were on the big pumps because they were also running a generator to provide the electricity for the other parts of the systems. But now I think that they're running such big engines to make the things bloody reliable.
Yeah. So you're over speccing it for what you need.
Yeah, basically. Which is what car manufacturers do with their engines. As you know, they build them with 100 horsepower, but you can go to your local tuning place, plug a box in, and get nearly double your performance from it.
Yeah.
And the engine can do double its performance, but why don't they send it out of the factory like that?
They want it to last longer.
They want it to last 200,000 miles.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it. I think the single cylinders, nothing to talk about. I believe the engines are parallel. You might choose a Honda because maybe spares are a little bit better to get hold of, or more people are familiar with them to fix them. Or you might choose a Briggs because you like the idea that it's got a proper oil filler on it and it's got a proper dipstick on it, and a few other little neat things. Do you know what I mean? That are a little bit more modern about the engine.
So you say, would you say if you had a Briggs then? Well, it's like squeaky clean Dave. So his is a Briggs, isn't it? Even
Yeah,
that,
this is a V twin.
even though it's a
So
V10, a V twin,
I'm-
you're just down specking the pump ever so slightly, just
Down, yeah, to make you. But I don't. That doesn't apply on the single cylinders. I genuinely believe that the single cylinders are completely comparable, and I think the problems with the bigger engines and the reason why you see more V twins or maybe more Briggs go wrong with the V twins is because they're the ones that have been more popular
Mhm.
on the bigger builds. Is why there's more of them out there, so there's more of them to go wrong.
Yeah.
But for the customers that I see an equal number of Briggs and Hondas V twins come in with problems. But with the little ones, I think it's the same. I like what Briggs have done. I'm not going to lie. And it's not because there's a commercial interest in it. In fact, actually, we make less on the Briggs than we do on the Honda. But I like what they've done. I like the little cues that they've done. All the other engines out there, the Lonsin, the Lifans, you name it, they're an exact clone, give or take, of the Honda engine.
all right.
And Briggs have done their own thing, similar but different.
Yeah.
which is an interesting take on it, I think.
M444, thank you for becoming a Circle member. You can find the link to the Discord in your membership perks on YouTube.
Oh, congratulations, Jake.
What's that?
You remember?
Oh, thanks. Didn't even have to play an advert.
Didn't even have to play an advert. Right, so where we go.
How's your trolley going? Yeah, it's not. It's still at the design phase, and I've stopped working on it because everyone took the mick out of me.
Right, so what have we got? Hope didn't think it was inappropriate. Battle the weights are down 40 kilograms. Well done. Well done. If you're down 40 kilograms, I could drop 40 kilograms and you probably wouldn't even notice.
Hi, Harry.
40 kilograms. Right. What is your opinion on hot versus cold? Pros and cons of each. Do you remember the saying about hot versus cold, Jake?
Yeah, so Darren told me to go and do my homework and go and wash some dishes up and see which worked better. And although he's absolutely right, hot water works a lot better. Does that apply in ingrained surface grime? I mean, it clearly works better.
Yeah, but it depends on what. It depends on what you're actually cleaning.
Yeah, and also you said like a lot of people aren't actually steam cleaning. They're not. It's not hot enough to generate steam.
Do you know what? Do not let me be controversial. Say that on a YouTube channel. I don't want to become out and myth bust this. I just like everybody to be happy and thinking they're doing what they're doing. But the gist of it is, and I'm going to say it, if a turbo nozzle is still spinning, and if a rotary cleaner is still going around, you are not generating steam.
Controversial, because is it because it's too high pressure, too high flow to be hot enough?
There's just enough water coming out to turn it. So once you get to that point where it's actually converted to steam instead of extremely hot water. So you go through that phase, don't you, where you have hot water, very hot water, virtually steam. So it looks like it started to sizzle and it looks like steam.
Lots of clouds.
There's still lots of clouds, but there's still a quantity of water coming with it, which is what turns it around. That's what you guys are cleaning with. When you go past that, so if you turn your machine down a little bit further, you will get pure steam, and that won't turn anything.
Will that clean?
Yeah, but slowly. The reason why you sell steam cleaning is because the idea is you're not meant to be putting a lot of water on the roof. That's where steam cleaning came from. It was twofold. But a very hot water killed the organisms on the roof. And the second part of it is you're meant to be using steam, so you wasn't really putting any water up there. But that process, it'll take you out. Imagine, little kitchen steam cleaners you've got.
I didn't realise that was the idea, that people don't want water on their roof. Well, they don't want high pressure water, but they'll have low pressure steam because it's not going to penetrate and damage anything.
Correct. That's the whole idea behind it. That's where it all came from. But it takes too long to do it like that, and the cleaning isn't so good. So what you've got now is you've got people selling steam cleaning. It looks like they're steam cleaning. They're cleaning with extremely hot water that's still going to clean the organisms up there, but there's a good quantity of water still going down. 10, 15 litres a minute. If they're using a boiler. Somebody like yourself might be hitting it with 20 litres a minute, depending on how brave you are with your pole.
As hot as you can get it, is that still enough to kill stuff, though? It's got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah. So because of the work that I did, I signed an NDA, but there's a company out there that you can Google called Weeding Tech. I did some design work and some prototype proving for them, and their concept was to kill weeds with steam. So when they were talking about getting rid of biocide, biocide type weed killer. There was going to be a law coming that stopped you from. Yeah, that's it. So there was going to be a law that came in, herbicide. That's it, herbicide-free weed control. And what they do is they use the water has to be over 90 degrees, and it goes on with a sticky, just a foam solution, and the hot water, the foam sticks to the plant, which makes the plant stay hotter for longer. And it kills the weeds. So weed cleaning with steam. The Americans are huge on weed killing.
What? I've never seen this. So the foam contains steam.
Yeah, look how he's using it. So
what?
Do a slow mo of it, right? The foam just makes it stick on the plant a little bit longer, so the plant stays.
Yeah, it's like a surfactant.
Yeah, so that's just steam.
It's like increases dwell time. I didn't know you could foam steam.
They just inject it as it goes down.
That's crazy. I've never seen nothing like it.
I can't tell you much about the product, but basically, they paid for a month's worth of my time to concept prove a bunch of things for them.
So it'll still kill grass and everything. It'll kill anything organic.
Pretty much, yeah.
But you can target it, and you're not putting anything into the ground either. So you can still have plants around it that aren't going to die, because you can be very precise about where you apply it.
Yeah.
That's mad.
When you're down next, Jakey, because I did sign an NDA and I'm not sure how long they last for, I'll show you some of the videos of the piece of kit I made for them.
Yeah.
It was truly epic. And I didn't realise that later on I'd be using potentially some of the principles maybe on our compact to make such a small hot water. So they use a 12 litre a minute electric pump and motor unit on that. To basically, there's next to no water coming out. It's just all foam, that is.
And it doesn't.
It's just all steam.
It doesn't really matter where it goes. Then, like, it can go on the pavement, it can go on the tarmac. Like, it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, the product is just like a foaming agent, but they'll all be dead.
So hang on. The foam is a product that's mixed with the steam. It's not. You're not making foam and steam at the same time. It's something that's mixed in.
Yeah, something's just mixed in. Yeah.
Right.
There's an aerator in the lamps that does it.
Yeah.
But it's just a foamy surfactant. Yeah.
It's I don't think.
And yes, it is based around a carpet cleaner head.
Well, that's just the easiest way to apply something like that, isn't it? I suppose. Don't put it in your latte.
But for those of you with boilers, you don't need the foaming agent to go ahead and kill all of the weeds. You can just turn your boiler to hot, turn the pressure down, and hit the weeds down the side or whatever, like that area there that you're not cleaning out, you want to kill. You could steam that as part of what you're doing, and they'd all be dead the next day.
Yeah. So you don't want to use high pressure on it and get stuff everywhere. You could just steam it.
You can steam it and kill it.
I'm desperate for a weed. Do you want to carry on for a bit, or?
Yeah, I'm about for another 15-20 minutes.
All right,
I can do that.
Right, you are the manager of the stream for the next 5 minutes.
It's not going to take you 5 minutes to go and drain the snake.
I reckon I can do it in about 30 seconds.
30 seconds, Jake the snake. He's going to pull his earphones out. This is dangerous. Oh, they've gone now. We can say whatever we want. They're out. Right, so let's go up. Let's have a look at some questions. Jake. So Jake's first machine was an equipped to clean machine that he had. he does talk in depth about his first machine over all of the other channels. The advice that I'll give to anybody who's a first timer is to try and buy the very best that they can afford to buy at that point, and because it will serve them better in the long run. So if the best you can afford is at the £1,000 bracket, buy something like the Hyundai. If it's a little bit less, buy one of the other machines that's got the right bits on. And then if it's a little bit more, there's some mid-range machines. Be careful with what accessories come bundled, so don't get suckered into some of the bigger bundles you might see, because a lot of the stuff is just cheap and useless. And that's where, choose where you buy it from. There's a place near us that used to work called Bigger Baps. They had the beast. 1 foot sub roll, 4 bacon, 4 sausage, 2 egg, 2. So, Matt, where is that place? Do we need to have like a breakfast? I've been thinking we should have a breakfast morning at mine, Jake, like a Saturday morning.
That'd be cool.
Get everybody up, get a butty van round or whatever.
Like a meetup, it'd be like a car meet, but
just I'll pull some jet washers out. You could bring yours up. Wave your willies around. Look who's got the biggest one, mate.
Literally, that would be sick. Just a meet. We'll call it a pressure washing meet.
Saturday or Sunday morning, put the kettle on. When everybody's around, we'll get a local butty van to come visit with like bacon and egg sandwiches or whatever. If you ask me nicely, I might even pay for them and put them against the expense account.
I'm down for that, definitely. I bet loads of people from the stream would be down to come and join as well.
Lazy pulling should be carried out by a nice lady. You know what, right? I think that the best value electric start engine on the market at the moment is the 14 horsepower Vanguard. It really is. The electric start one is brilliant, and we have had a recent run of bad batteries. Can you believe it, Jake? 1 in 5 of my recent batch of batteries from the same supplier I've always used have failed first day or second day.
Failed as in just stopped working or blown up or something?
Stopped.
Oh,
0
really?
volts. So they've worked when it's left. And they've either packed in that day, like an hour later, or packed in the next day.
Can you kill a battery by running something through it that shouldn't be ran through it or something?
Not with a jet wash.
No. That's weird.
Right, how's the trolley go with the pit? You've done that one about the trolley with the pit. What are you making, Jake?
What?
What are you making? It says, how's the trolley going, Jake?
I was designing like a soft washing trolley.
Ooh,
I've got a concept, and I'm really confident in it, but I just don't have the means or time to make it.
I'm designing one too.
Oh yeah, I think we spoke about it a while back actually.
Yeah, I'm quite advanced with it. I just haven't decided what
colour to make it. Orange.
No, we know what colour it will be. What I can't decide is how people want to manage the chemical that runs through it. Because this is going to have the ability to basically work a bit like a dosatron. I hate using other people's stuff to compare it against it, but dosatron's the wrong thing. Imagine having the ability, Jake, to use a soft wash pump to also send chemical up your long, big, nice pipe to clean your solar panels. Except you could do it at as close to maybe 2-to-1 on the mixing ratio, and it was all done post pump, so it didn't wreck the pumps it ran through. So you could run anything through it, whether it be biocide, hypo, nasty acid chemicals, wouldn't make any difference.
It wouldn't wreck the high pressure hose.
No way. You'd be running it through a PVC pipe. It'd all be plastic. So the only potential risk could be whatever trigger you use to do it. And I've got two things I'm not sure of. I'm not sure whether I make it to run like down the 8mm style PVC pipe, so that it tags onto the more sort of window cleaning side, or I build it with sort of the 5/8 size pipe for more volume. So basically, do I build this machine at 8 to 10 litres a minute, or do I build this machine at 15 to 20 litres a minute?
I don't think anyone needs to put chemical down at more than 5 to 8 litres per minute.
So I've concept proven up to 26 litres a minute on a 12-volt pump, where it sucks from your water tank that's on board. Post pump mixes the chemical, so you can drop a pipe or select what chemical you want, and then just select how much product you want digitally. And I can't decide if people want to manually control the flow of the pump, like you do the soft wash pump, and then have control over the chemical, or they want something fixed and then just go, I want it to be 5-1, and basically set it to 5-1, and regardless of how fast the soft wash pump's going, the other chemical pump, the injection pump, matches it.
Is that the more complicated way?
Yeah, the easiest way is to have two controllers, one for the pump that provides the overall water, and one that controls the pump for the dosing, for the dosing side of it. So, like I say, I'm not sure. So it's just stopped, and it's just gone on the side.
I've got an idea.
While I go on then.
You have a junction, not your classic junction box like an electric junction box, but where the hose, there's a break in the hose, and like a proportioner, instead of having to take the hose off, insert a proportioner, and then plug it back in, you drop a proportioner sideways into the side of the hose or into some sort of mechanical fixture, like a you know, when you cover a cat flap, you slide the top down into the cat flap. You have different size holes, like a cat flap, that you push down into it, so you can just take them and swap them on the fly without having to undo stuff. Really easy to change over. And then you wouldn't need anything digital because it would just match. That it would Venturi.
Yeah, the reason why I'm using the digital aspect is because of how we actually get it to suck, and how we actually put the chemical product in.
Because you can't do a Venturi suction from 50 meters away because it wouldn't work.
We're having to force the chemical into the line.
Yeah, I see.
However, your idea of the slide-in bits already exists, and maybe if you're having problems with your X-jets, for example, I could show you a different way of proportioning your chemical while still using your X-jet.
Have you got a link?
I can't think what it's called. I need my book. But basically, it's exactly what you've described, but it fits in the suction filter that goes in the chemical tank. So it's a weighted suction filter.
Mm-hmm.
And it has what we call a chemical restriction plate, which just goes in there. And it's a little piece of aluminium. And you could just swap that in and out, or have different ones for different stuff. And you get away from having those plastic things. You just need to work out. You
just ruin them. They just, every time you take them in and out, you need a pair of pliers to take them out, or you do it with your teeth, which I wouldn't recommend. And they just get scuffed and battered or lost. So something that you could just slide in and out that actually fits, suits the purpose. It's a game changer. I'm not anywhere near what I would call a professional washer yet, so I don't know if any neighbours would be happy, might scare away potential customers, so leaning towards electric. If you're planning on doing pressure washing on drives and patios, I would avoid electric pressure washers. You're gonna want to start with a petrol one. The money you're gonna need to spend on an electric one to get the sort of flow rate that you need would be crazy.
Down 30 to 1. What do you reckon that's for?
30 to 1 by a side.
Yeah, that's easy. 30 to 1 is. I've been trying to get to 4 to 1 or 2 to 1, which is way harder. Way harder.
I usually use 5 to 1 for hypo most of the time. Today we
4 to 1, 5 to 1 is a good ratio for hypo.
Yeah. Today we had to use the other way around. We had to use 4 litres of hypo to 1 litre of water through a pump sprayer just to get these black spots up. It was ridiculous.
Holy moly. That's pretty mega, that is.
Yeah, it was burning. I could. My eyes could smell it.
Will PWS be doing both days of the expo next year? Yes. And as we do every year, we will do something different to what everybody else is doing. So the first year we took absolutely shed loads of stock that people could buy on the day. Second year we took nothing but beer and some beer tables. So next year we'll do something completely different to either of those two. Whatever comes to mind.
You know what you could have, like a list where, like an Excel spreadsheet, but yeah, you could have a screen turned that way with an Excel spreadsheet, and people just come up one by one, have a chat with you. You tell them what they want, add them onto the list, take a deposit like a retainer or whatever, and just add their details onto the list. I don't know.
I don't know. 2 days is a lot. You know what? I'm not sure that any of us can take enough stuff to pay for us to be there for 2 days.
When I spoke to Ben from Rutland Pumps, he said exactly the same thing. He said, we tried taking the stock with us multiple times and it just didn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense to take loads of stock. The other problem is I don't think more people will go because it's on 2 days.
Do you not?
No, I think you'll get the same people going, and the rush will be exactly the same for the Saturday morning first thing before everybody sells out.
And then Sunday will be dead.
Because nobody will have anything left. I will have to. So if we want to make it work with the spares trailer like we've done every year, I will have to run back Saturday night and refill the spares trailer and come back down. And potentially no more people to come and buy anything.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, the expo show is. It's something that it's something we have to do to wave our dicks in front of our peers and other people in the industry. It's not about we lost a hell of a lot of money the first year we did it. Last year, I reckon we got the losses down to 5 or 8 grand. So think about that for a second. It cost us between 5 and 8 grand to go and do the show.
Just to staff it?
No. That's how much we lost after we'd sold everything.
From discounts? And
discount, staffing it, cost of doing it. It's a complete loss leader. Did we gain loads of business after it? It's hard to measure, but probably. Do you know what I mean? Did it make sure that we remained on the map?
Well, I don't know, because all those people that came up to your stand knew you anyway. Like you said to me that people came over to you because they recognised you, and
There was a 40-minute wait at one point, Jakey, for people to come and speak to me.
yeah, and so you're not spreading awareness by being there because everyone already knows about you, and you're not selling anything there, so people aren't coming there to buy stuff, so they're not new customers of yours. That is a shroud for a boiler exhaust.
No.
That is.
We now produce these to go over our blower motors as part of our weather kit on our boilers.
So it's close.
Those.
Should do an 18-hole meetup. I'm not playing golf with you lot.
Who can afford to go to golf?
Darren, do you think Jake will get there on time this year?
No. No, because he's got the lovely Soph with him on a weekend, and he'll have his morning line and cuddles before he surfaces.
No, I thought it made sense to go later in the day. And I was under the impression that everyone was meeting at the local hotel/pub to have like a suppliers get together, and so I wanted to go to that, and so it makes sense if we go later. No, well, it didn't even happen. It didn't happen. So that was pointless. So I missed the whole thing, and there was no evening.
It's a. Do you know what? It's a weird thing. Are we going to continue to do it? Yes, we'll have the 2 stands there, like we did this last year with the PWS and the Pro Grip stand. I will do something different because no doubt everybody will copy the beer table idea that I did last year because it looked popular. So I found that copying is the best form of flattery. That's what makes me giggle a little bit. I don't get grumpy about it. I see like cloned frames and same colour stuff and things like that. I find it really, really, really flattering. So just doing something different for the show so people remember you.
Yeah.
Same with your products, but do something different, I think is what we'll do. I just haven't decided what.
That's a very good point. That's how people remember you. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's strippers this time, Jake. I don't know. We did have the first year.
I'll come and do that for you.
Would you?
Yeah.
You could get Jakey Boy on.
Yeah, we'll both do
Jake.
it. Oh, you don't want me?
Well, the other Jake does go to the gym.
I'll take my clothes off. I might have to shave my nipples to make them presentable.
Oh, you got hairy nipples? Oh, Jake.
Not necessarily like crazy. They're just long.
Long nipples?
No. Yeah, imagine. I have to tape them down just so you don't see them through my top.
Tape them down. Oh.
That's why I've got a pink mohawk so people remember me. Yeah.
Do you know what, right? If this little patch here and just keep growing, I might go and get turkey implants yet, right? I would have a mohawk.
How long until we get a smelt stand like Macintosh? I've got nothing to.
I heard that was Macintosh the one that didn't actually have a stand, and he just turned up and just stood on the corner of somebody else's stand and pretended he had a stand.
Really?
Isn't that the rumor? I don't know the guy.
I mean,
seriously,
he was in a weird spot on the corner, sort of facing the toilets.
So I heard a rumor, and it might not be this guy, so please don't shoot me if I got this wrong. But there was somebody that turned up without booking a stand and had basically a suitcase style stand, if you will, and went and stood on the corner and presented like he got a stand at the show.
That could have also been Connor. Was that not Connor?
No, Connor had a proper stand.
Oh, did he?
Here we go. He didn't have an actual stand. He was with Rutland Pumps.
No way.
I don't think that's true.
That's a bit cheeky, actually, because anyone could do that. Like you could, because your stuff's green, you could perch up next to Goods Vacuum Systems and share one stand. Del Boy suitcase. Yeah, that's a bit naughty, actually. I'd say. Did he get told off?
Well, like I say, if I heard the rumor, then not very nice things are being said about it, are they?
True. Yeah.
I try and stay out of the politics. I have enough with toy car politics. By the way, Jake, I went racing this weekend, mate.
Toy car racing.
I went toy car racing.
How did you get on?
I raced a car that was built pre-1999. I don't know if that shows it. It was lent to me for the event. And,
it's blurred out. It's blurred out like a naughty picture.
Oh, apologies.
Move it in front of your face. No. Put it closer to the screen, but don't let your face show because then it'll focus on your face. Now that it's gone dark, so we can't. Oh, it's like telling an old man how to use a phone.
No.
That's better. That's better.
So I got lent that.
It's slowly sort of. That's cool.
And I came 23rd or I think 25th out of 50. And there was 100 races there, so there was 50 races in another class. And I've never driven on bumpies for years. It's not really my thing. And I just had a nice weekend. I took my camper van.
Do loads of people crash? Are they
all
constantly crashing? Because I can't control them things. I've tried racing little remote control cars and stuff, and I always smash them to pieces.
It's the kind of thing that Jakey will do when flogging his trolleys and van ladder fitting service. Too tight to pay for a stand. And imagine that, coming and standing on the corner of my stand. You know, I'm just going to have a chat with you, Daz. Oh, I'll just leave me trolley here, just on the corner.
Pull up my logo. I would like to make a product one day and sell a product with the Smelt brand on it. But I just I don't want to make something that you can get anywhere else. I want it to be bloody brilliant.
I agree with that, and I think if you can make the right thing, and you could find the corner of the market, I think you'll do really well out of it.
I think people make stuff and then sell it regardless of whether it works or whether it's fit for purpose or not, because they've invested so much into it. It's like, yes, this product looks cool, and yes, it's expensive, but does it actually do the job you want it to do? Often, either it does achieve the job, but it's more effort, and it's heavier, and it's more setup, and it's clumsy, and it's annoying, or it just does, or it's just not fit for purpose.
Talking about stuff like that, we went through a window like that with ProGrip as it evolved. Because it came around so quickly, so Daniel's original stuff appeared and was so popular so quickly, that didn't get a chance to have what before I released something, what I would consider to be proper testing. Do you know what I mean? He hung it on the wall of his van. It didn't fall off. Life was great.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I may have slightly over promoted that as soon as I saw it. And
the concept is amazing and the design is really good, but we've had to iron out some niggles with them, which is why it looks like we've been really, really, really slow with new products on the program side. It nearly looks like we're stale and stagnant, when in fact we've been refining. We've been doing the stuff that should have been done before it became a proper product. And you know, so it's now a robust robust product that's had proper testing that you can stand by. It's been through several evolutions.
Did you change the stuff to make them stronger? Because Daniel messaged me a while back saying he was going to send me out a couple of replacements because I've had a couple bust, but mine were like some of the first ones he made.
Yeah, so we've changed the way that they're constructed. So we've changed the way that they're printed.
Like the flow pattern of the way it goes down.
The pattern and the so when you print something, when it's made, you may or may not know, but it has like a pattern inside.
Mm-hmm.
And we've increased the numbers of the walls, so the outermost part is what we've increased to give it more, to make it more durable.
Mm-hmm.
And we've changed the pattern inside so that it still opens that little bit to get the poles in and out, but doesn't snap when you do it.
Yeah.
What we did find that we didn't anticipate is people would have. Daniel always imagined that somebody would pick the pole straight up out of both clips. Well, he never imagined that you would pick one corner up and sort of twist it to manipulate the end out of the band. And we never really anticipated that. So we've developed, and it's just been through summer. We've had to wait for some hot weather to see if the ones that we built melt basically on the side of a van wall. But we made what we call a flexi grip. And what you do is you have your tight grip at the back of the van where you stand to knock it in and out. And the front is a flexible grip. And you literally knock the back end out. And as you come to get your pole out, you basically twist it slightly and it will just come out of the end fitting without risk of breaking the furthest away clip. It's a way of doing it. It's something that, you know what I mean? It's a problem we didn't anticipate having to fix.
Yeah. And it's always people batter their equipment as well. And sometimes it's not even their equipment. They're battering someone else's equipment that they're working for. And they don't care.
They use it in ways that you're not expecting them to use it, or ways it wasn't designed to be used. You know, I built some stuff for people and never, ever, ever anticipated them to use it the way that they've used it.
That's part of the reason why I'm so scared of putting any sort of product out there. Not only is it that it's potentially going to carry chemicals, or that it's electric, and you know, me or one of my employees has wired it up, and then someone else is going to use it. It's such a scary thing to put out a product. I feel like. Do you not get like anxiety that?
No, I don't get anxiety about products. I think that if you're going to release a product, you need to have deep pockets. And if there's a problem, whether it be design or initial manufacturing or any number of things like that, what you need to be able to do is instantly and effortlessly replace that product for somebody.
Yeah.
Right. So let's use ProGrip as an example. So anybody that's bought a ProGrip, if you happen to have broken any out of the first batch, we'll send you some more free of charge.
Well, that's fairly easy with like a printable, lowish value product, but it's not so easy
when you put the shipping in.
Yeah, but it
still means that it's made no money.
That's not what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, if you've got a £500 soft washing trolley and something breaks on that, you can't just send.
No, but the same principle applies.
You scale up because the product's more expensive, so you've got deeper pockets.
You have to have deeper pockets to do it. So, you know, I'm just trying to think of an example that I can use, because I'm not saying we've made mistakes, but we've had. I'll give you here is an example. Shippers, even if it's insured, you very, very, very rarely ever get paid out if something gets lost or damaged in the post. So we shipped a hot box to Scotland. It arrived to Scotland and it had very clearly had something resting on top of it and crushed the top of the boiler. To the point where it couldn't be used. It was proper crushed. So I have a chat with the guy on the phone. I speak to the shipping company, and the shipping company agreed to return it to me. Because of where the damage was, initially I was like, you know what? I've got that particular component new on the shelf. If the shipping company covers the shipping, because Scotland was 150 quid a time. So, we've got to pay to get it back to us and then pay to get it back to the customer. So it's 300 quid out of our pocket before we've even fixed the product. Right? And we won't get that back even off the insurance. So just to make it right with that customer, it's 300 quid. The customer, I forget exactly this part of the story, but the customer either didn't put it on a pallet to send it back or didn't attach it properly to the pallet it was sent back on. And by the time this hot box arrived back to us, it was smashed to smithereens. Now, at what point, because it definitely wasn't repackaged properly by the person sending it back, at what point really was I liable to?
Yeah, that's just a whole web of
Correct.
poor management.
From everybody.
Yeah.
Except us. So what did we do? Because back then the frame was bust. So the frame had been scratched and scrawped. So we sent the frame off to be blasted, repowder coated, new boiler, new electric box, new jerry can holder. There was hardly anything that was salvageable from it. We just rebuilt it. It took a few weeks to do, but we just rebuilt it and sent it back to the customer. And to this day, I've still not had a penny back from the shipping company.
Yeah.
And the only reason you've not read that story all over Facebook, a bit like the one from the other manufacturer over the pump failure the other day, where the customer felt aggrieved by it. The only reason why you've not read, PDS sent me this boiler, it was smashed to bits when it arrived, so I sent it back, and now they're refusing to sort it out. That type of story is because we just did it right.
Yeah, and it's nice if you have the pockets to be able to do that, because
I haven't, but I do it anyway because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, mate.
If you were to start from scratch again and you set up a business today and then you made your own hotbox and control panel, wired it all in yourself and everything, do you need anything, any documents or anything to be able to sell that product? Do you need it to be tested or to be like I'm wondering for like
CE marking is what you'd go for. So we're just going, so now our hot boxes, so up until super recently, everything we built was completely bespoke on a business to business transaction. Completely different laws to business to consumer. However, now it's like a mainstream product. So we've just finished, we now consider our hotbox to be complete. So what we did, what we're doing now is we're currently going through the process. And the only thing we've got to do to get CE marked in essentially is produce an instruction manual for it. So CE marking is about compliance. So it's making sure that you've got all these bits and you tick these boxes. There's a different way. CE marking's the layman's term, but there is some, I forget the name of it now because we're going through the process because it's now a retailable product, not something that we make different for every person.
So would you need that if you were to combine multiple components that are already CE marked? As soon as you're modifying it.
Yeah, you make it into your own product, yeah.
Right.
But however, when you do something that's bespokely made for somebody, it's not an off-the-shelf product, and it's for a business-to-business transaction, it's not a requirement. Unless, of course, your purchasing department wants you to have a EU declaration of conformity, CE marking, so on and so forth.
But so everyone in the pressure washing industry that's making custom machines and boilers and batteries and
only the boilers. So the actual petrol machines don't come under it because they don't have electrical components as part of it. So there is
they have electric starts and batteries and stuff, but they're just off the shelf. You bolt them together.
Yeah, it's 12 volt. So do you know what I mean? You could nearly say the engine came with it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the boilers and stuff, and the machines you can get done, and again, it's a compliance part. It's ticking the box, but still now, I reckon that 1 in 10 that leaves our place of any design is as you see it on the website. The other 9 have been modified in some way.
Oh, right, okay.
So the customers pick the phone up and added bits, removed bits, changed bits, adjusted stuff. We're still very rarely doing what I would consider to be web spec stuff.
Yeah, but so if I were to, so I wouldn't legally be able to make a soft washing trolley with a custom control box and like legally sell that to loads of people.
12 volt, don't concern yourself.
Why?
In the interim. Business to business, 12 volt, can't blow anything up, can't really set fire to anything. It's all low amps. Simple fuse, follow the guidelines for components you're using.
All right.
The risk is really low. Just ensure that you have the correct insurance for it. So we have our insurance for work states that we can manufacture our own equipment.
Right.
With no stipulation to what conformity it needs to be. So it gives us the freedom to make the bespoke components.
Okay. Is that liability insurance? Is that part of your public liability?
It's part of our product liability insurance. So we have employer product, and what's the other one?
Public.
Employer product public. Public is like when you come into the shop.
Yeah.
You don't trip up. Product is for the stuff that we sell you. Employer is for the staff.
Mm-hmm.
We have professional indemnity insurance, so that I can give a training course, and if I tell you wrong, it's something we put in place because I wanted to do. I wanted to expand with our little group of Green Army customers and do like a Jet Wash 101 course.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't really to upsell machines, it was just to better educate the people that were using the equipment. And it's what I was going to use Unit 23 for. However, I do not have the time to get that off the ground.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. I think there's demand for that. And I don't mean necessarily how to clean this and how to clean that, but I mean how to start your engine, best practices for running it, common faults.
How to service it.
At the end would be how to service it, but if it stops while you're on site, how to get yourself through the basics, what toolkit you should carry. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just a simple day, and then finish it off with, and this is how you service your engine and pump. So that the people that are buying the equipment have a better understanding of how it all works.
Yeah.
Not necessarily how it works in use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But I can't. I now don't have the room to do it. Because ProGrip's in it. And man, that stuff is popular. And it's going to be even more popular when we release the new stuff. So that's here to stay. I think that my dealerships will keep us busy in manufacturing next year.
Yeah.
That'll be mega.
Just a tangent.
Go on, mate.
Have you got any plans to have custom colours for pro grip stuff at any point, or is that not really on the radar?
Official, unofficial, what do you want me to tell you? So let me tell you what the idea, what the plan is with ProGrip is. We're doing everything in ProGrip grey, right? So anything you buy from ProGrip will be in grey. You may, through all the dealers and places, be able to buy the ProGrip product in a different colour.
Like in the dealer's colour?
In a dealer's colour or in a manufacturer's colour. So you might, for example, find them an orange one with X line written on it. Or a green one with gutter back or alpha or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
We will probably, because we have the capabilities to do special order requests, we just don't want to be doing it for one or two products.
Yeah. Understood.
You know,
it's like a mass producible product. Why would you then have to stop the production line just to make a specific colour? I do get it.
And in truth, we want to move ProGrip away from direct selling, and we want to sell that product through PWS, Pressure Wash Sales and Service, AC, Rutland, any of those that are prepared to take the product and sell it. We want to actually sell the product through them.
Yeah.
And we want to not sell it because both myself and Daniel, we're very busy with our own businesses. We don't want to actually be dealing with the day-to-day headaches of multiple customers. What we would like to do is sell it to dealers as dealer add-ons.
Yeah. I think I still owe you about 50 quid, by the way, from those ProGrip giveaways, so let me know if they've been claimed.
I think Daniel's had a couple claimed, he did tell me.
Okay.
He did tell me. But yeah, so that's that really. What have we got now? A hotbox like my brew I've had for 14 years. A new head and new handle, yeah, that pretty much. How did I get a sales as a pressure washer? Did you used to do this? Okay. Have I ever told you the story of how I started fixing jet washers, Jakey?
You told me. You showed me some pictures. Show me some old pictures as well.
Yeah, so basically, I was a mechanical and engineering background. I was young. I think I was 19, something like that. And my car broke down, and I had it towed next to a company that fixed jet washers, as it would happen. And it was snowing, and it was cold, and I, on my back, replaced the cam belt on this car and fixed it. And the guy running the pressure washer place watched me do it and came out and went, "I like your work ethic. What do you do for a job?" And I was like, well, you know, and at the time, I think I was doing a bit of agency this or agency that. I wasn't particularly doing anything, I don't think, of any substance. And he went, "Would you like to come in for a chat? Are you interested in a job?" And I was like, "Oh, well, you know, I don't know, you know, what we're looking at." And at the time, I think he offered me, and this is, you know, back mid to late 90s, we're talking about now. He offered me, I think it was either 23 or 25 grand a year, company phone, company van. It was really strong money. The job, I just couldn't turn it down. And he was like, "Do you think you could fix these?" And I'm like, "Look, dude, I could fix anything." Do you know what I mean? Like quite an arrogant, you know, arsehole. And
like the army advert. If you can fix a bike, you can fix a tank.
Yeah.
If you can fix
basically.
a tank, you can fix a big boat.
Yeah, and I had 1 week in the workshop looking at domestic machines, and week 2 they sent me on the road servicing kit, and that was it. And because I was young, I learned it very quickly. because I liked girls and women and I had hobbies, I wanted to get home as early as possible. And I was a service engineer, so I learnt quick how to fix this stuff, and I learnt how to fix them quickly. I learned how to diagnose them quickly, so I could finish my day early. So I could fly my planes, race my cars, play cuddles, whatever it was.
Play
I wanted to
cuddles.
do. You know what I mean? Back then, Jakey, I looked like your Jakey because I used to go to the gym too. So I was quite popular, and I was the highest earning service engineer. I found it after a year or two so easy, it started to bore me. And the biggest problem I've had for doing this for so long is finding a way to keep me interested.
I feel that.
The green stuff is what's kept me interested. It stopped me from. So it's very easy as a business owner to get good at what you do, find it a bit the same thing every day. It starts to get on top of you. There was a post recently, I think it was George Toner posted it in one of the groups, and he was saying he was struggling with the day to day. He'd been doing it for so long, he was struggling to nearly find the will to get up and out of bed to do it. And I started to relate with that, and I still do now. And what I find is if I don't keep myself on the next project, I'll basically sit and procrastinate and nap and do everything that's bad for your business, because I don't want to get out of bed and just face the daily grind.
Yeah.
Because I've lost that. So for me, it's constantly having 2 or 3 pet projects on the go of cool stuff that either nobody else has made or invented something new, or making something that we've already made better, or making something that somebody else has made better. That's what now keeps me excited. Or there was a window, because as a company, many years ago, we plateaued at 200k turnover. We got up to 200k. Me and my dad, with Sonia full time, part time. Just me and my dad and Sonia. We got to 200k and we plateaued because I was bored shitless of doing it. I was switching off.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
So, yeah.
As when you get into, especially when you're just working for someone else and doing jobs, once you get good at it, and you start to lose motivation very quickly. And it's not that you think you're better than everyone else. It's just that you need a new challenge. And I think that's what I am worried about, that, to be honest, of getting to the point where I'm not really challenging myself every day anymore. And I sort of, when your confidence level gets to the point where you know how to do everything, it stops becoming a bit of a challenge. It stops. If I stop worrying about next week, then that's probably a bad thing, because I'm going to lose interest very quickly.
Why would anybody who's got an established business, window cleaning, for example, with good turnover, that they're making good wages, why would we want to start risking peeing those customers off and adjusting what they do to do a bit of jet washing? And it's not always because that might make more money. It's because they've done window cleaning for 5-10 years.
Just get bored.
And you know what? They're bored of it. I think a lot of this changing that we're seeing at the moment is where the window cleaners are falling off. Somebody else is going to pick that up on the other side. So there's going to be a jet washer that's going, you know what? I've had enough of this. I'm going to go do window cleaning. And so on.
I'm not sure if it'll go backwards. I understand what you're saying. I think going from an established jet washing business to cleaning windows, I think that the disparity in the low ticket versus high ticket jobs is too much.
Perhaps that was a bad.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
example, but
Mm.
I was trying to relate it to perhaps the jobs that we do in here and jobs that people have moved from.
Yeah.
Um,
I can't believe you're still on here, mate. We've been going. Well, I've been going for over 4 hours now. It's crazy.
it's yeah, well, oh yeah, it's 11:30. I am in tomorrow. I'm in early.
Should
I'm
we?
in
Do
early tomorrow.
you want to leave it there?
Unless anybody's got any last minute questions. I mean, we're still solid on the watches. We've hardly lost any since I joined. There
Well,
must be a lot of bored blokes watching us on the phones in bed while the missus is sleeping. And as long as they're not beating it like it owes them money, I don't mind. It can stay on.
if you're in bed watching on your phone with your missus asleep next to you, can you put a little thumbs up in the chat? Because I think you've actually nailed it. I think that's so.
I reckon they've got earphones on in their ears, and they're the missus are fast asleep.
I have to watch YouTube quietly. I like to have it on the TV in bed, but it's always too loud. So
She won't let me watch Matt Armstrong. She hates him. But I really enjoy him. Oh, lastly, before we go, I need to tidy my desk off. And I think that building a machine live while we chat one night is a cool thing to do at work.
Yeah.
I'm going to put an overhead. Webcam above the desk, completely above the desk, and I'm going to make sure my computer can talk to like a Bluetooth headset. So I can walk around while we're talking, and I'll build something like a 2-wheel frame completely from start to finish on one of the chats one evening in the next few weeks if you want.
that'd be great. I think that'd be very interesting.
I think people on the chat might find it interesting.
Yeah. You reckon you'd get it done at the same time as answering questions, though?
Well, you'd have to tell me the questions.
Yeah, I can read them out, but like there'd be so many tangents, and I mean, I'm guessing you're pretty good at building them, but like, but there'd be so many things that people would want to. Can you go and can you show me one of these? Oh, I've got one of these over here, and let me just explain how this works. And
well, I'll tell you what. How about if we did a build one night, and how about a few weeks after we go again, but I'll just do it from work, and then if people ask a question, I can go and find the product, pull it out, and we can talk pros and cons of it in my hands while I'm at work.
yeah, I mean, how long does it take you to build one of them machines then?
Probably 2 hours.
So
2.5 hours.
So if we like tonight, if we were to budget like 4 hours for the stream and just say like,
should do it piece of piss.
Yeah.
I need to be ready, raring to go for 7 when you start. Do you know what I mean?
7:30.
So we can hit 7:30. So we can.
We could start at 7.
We could do a 7:30 start. Yes, on Smout stream, because I don't have my own stream.
Well, you could. I wonder. Ooh. I think I could do a dual stream where I do it on YouTube and on Facebook, and we could have 2 chats. Oh my god, that'd be insane! And then I could tag you in the live stream. I could tag your business page in the live stream.
Feel like that,
and then you could share it.
Technology. Build it online and then give it away on a draw. Great idea.
That'd be insane. You ain't gonna do that. He won't do it. He won't. He won't do it. You know he won't do it.
I'll tell you what, right?
You won't do it. Reroll.
This is what I'll be prepared to do. Right? I do want to build my own YouTube channel. Right? So if you lot get my YouTube page that's got nobody on it at the moment, the works one, because there's no videos on it, to 1,000 subscribers.
That's a bit of a stretch. I feel like that's with no content on it. You're not.
I'll have to start doing a little bit of content.
I haven't got enough people. I've got 38 people watching this.
But yeah, you're really pushing it there, Jake. Do you know what I mean? But let's set a target, right? When that page reaches 1,000 subs, whichever platform, so whichever creator, influencer, whatever you want to call yourself, Jakey boy, whichever one of you has got me to that point, I will give a machine away to one of those people's subscribers.
You've just said that
one of your
you're so busy.
41,000 subscribers.
You just said how busy you are, and now you're talking about starting a whole YouTube. Do you know how much commitment you're going to need to a YouTube channel to make it actually like work?
Matt, I'll give you 1,000 subscribers tonight. I'll clip this and put it on Facebook. You'll have it overnight. And I will build a machine live, right? And we'll cross-channel it whenever that point is, right? And I will give it away to one of the people that are watching that stream that night. And it'll be a proper machine as well. It'll be a proper engine. It won't be no cheap, nothing. It'll be a proper machine. Probably one of our new Alpha BBs on wheels.
I don't know how you're going to find the time to make a YouTube channel. I think that's crazy.
I need to do it at some point. I'm not in a rush to do it, but I need to do it at some point.
It's yeah, just subs. That's one. There's one.
You know what, right? 1,000 is a lot, but it isn't a lot at the same time. All right. I could always hire somebody to run it for me. What I want to do in my YouTube channel is initially, I just want to make some simple videos to answer the simple questions. For example, pick on the Hyundai one, for example, that comes up all the time. How can I fix the water inlet problem? So it isn't sucking from a drum. How can I fix the water inlet problem? And I want to do just a 2 or 3 minute clip that's searchable and findable.
Yeah.
That I can relate people back to.
So
shows them that.
I think what you'd need to do is employ someone to hang around the shop, and you'd be like, I've got an idea, get the camera out, let's do this. And then you talk while they're filming, and then they go away, edit it, upload it. I don't think you should be handling filming, like generating the ideas, filming, editing it, uploading it all yourself, because you're running the business.
Jake, I completely agree with you. But in my working week, I found time to come off the spanners and into fabrication 3 days a week. That isn't going to always be the case.
Mm.
You know? But yes, employing somebody is the right thing to do. When I'm ready to take it seriously, in the short term, I keep getting asked the same questions all the time. They're quite simple ones. Obviously, if somebody knows the answer, it's simple. But they're relatively simple questions that I could do with really quickly. Do you know what I mean? It wouldn't be. We're not talking mass production here. I did a video clip the other day that I intend on doing a voiceover, probably for probably TikTok. I was thinking, and it involved the three, what I would consider to be the 3 levels of pumps. You won't be able to, your stream, so like the lag from YouTube to the thing is quite bad.
I can see that.
But if I just make it bigger, I did a very quick demonstration showing the difference between the Hyundai pump. Just a short clip going across, left enough time for me to talk about the Hyundai pump,
Yeah.
and then moved across to the next level up pump look. So it goes Hyundai, then the next level up, which is what's going to be fitted to our new Alpha BBs. And then that's what the 21.2 looks like when it's fitted. So I did quite a short.
Yeah.
But I figured that I could use that on TikTok with a little voiceover to say that, you know, they're the three different size pumps. This is what you get for your money. That's a Hyundai. That's a mid-level.
I reckon you hire one person to do all of your social media and to, if you want to do a YouTube channel, to film content for YouTube. Because
yeah, I don't disagree. I've got like I have got people that can come and do this, and I will do it when it comes to the more. I even thought about actually sort of. This is a little bit different, but I considered putting a GoPro style on my head, and you want to go out fixing, doing like a video of the like a video of a typical day for me.
Yeah.
The problem I've got is when I'm out on site, most of the sites I'm on, it's not appropriate for me to be videoing.
Yeah.
Because I'm in a factory somewhere, or an ambulance station, a police station, a fire station, or the back of a hospital. You know, places that I probably shouldn't be filming.
Yeah, I'd like to do a live stream from a head camera. But like you say, you turn up to a customer's house with a head camera already mounted on your head, you look like a wally.
Well, I mean, Sid, bless his cotton socks, he pretty much videos everything. He, you know, he'll turn up to me, and I'll have to like double check when I'm looking around him to see whether he's got a camera on him or not. Because he likes to film his life.
I'm not so keen on that. I think, especially filming customers and stuff, it just feels so weird.
Yeah, I'm each to their own. I feel indifferent. I don't mind it, but sometimes, Jake, you'll know that I can shoot from my hip a little bit, and around friends, I'll quite honestly say what I think about things that are not particularly maybe stuff that I would say out loud to everybody, because I've got more professionalism,
tact
than that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And occasionally you can, if somebody's got a camera on and you don't realise, you can get caught out by that camera on that person.
I ask your permission before I post stuff.
Yeah, that's nice. That's why I love you, Jake.
Like your secret warehouse that you don't want anyone seeing.
Like, yeah. Well, it's changed. My secret warehouse has changed now. My secret warehouse has got fabrication equipment in it now. It's part warehouse, part fabrication now. It's my toy unit, that is.
Can you, if I come over, can you teach me how to weld?
I can teach you how to weld, Jakey.
Wicked.
You should come over, and when you're not busy, we should weld you a hotbox stand. So you should weld your own hotbox stand. We'll send it into powder, so you can have it powdered whatever colour you want, because you're probably going to want the thing orange. And then you can come back after it's been powder coated and build it, so that you've got your own boiler that you've built and welded from start to finish.
Sounds good.
That's what you should do. Take a little bit of organising, a couple of trips.
I'm interested in doing this meet. Can we?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Can I advertise like a? Let me know when, and I'll put it all over my socials. We'll get hundreds and hundreds of people there. I think
when the school holidays are finished, so the brats are back at work and everybody's finished holidays, I then go on my first family holiday abroad ever with my kids.
Really? That'd be cool.
And we're off to Scalopodopoulos in Greece.
Nice.
The island that Mamma Mia was filmed on. So I reckon realistically, we'd be looking somewhere 21, 28th of September, sometimes towards the end of September.
Yep.
And we could do a date in the diary. The weather should be quite mild because it's nice at the end of September. I'll make some arrangements with a butty van.
Saturday morning. Should the car park be clear on a Saturday morning?
Correct. It'll be empty on a Saturday morning.
Yeah,
Saturday or Sunday morning.
Let's fill it with hundreds of vans.
We'll do it quite early, so we're only there till maybe lunch, so that we can all get back to our lives and our wives and families and whatnot. But yeah, let's make that happen.
That'd be cool. What should we call it? PWS Machines and Coffee.
We should just there is something called Machines and Coffee already, isn't there?
Well, there's cars and coffee and cafe in a machine, all that sort of stuff.
Cafe in the machine, so it should be. I will think of a witty name.
Pumps and coffee.
You know what I mean? Smout Sausage Morning. Smout Sausage Fest. That's what we should call it.
Yeah, that'd be sick. And it's just like breakfast baps. Smelt Sausage Fest. That's so good. Let's do that.
Because it's going to be all blokes, isn't it?
That is so good. Can we do that, please?
We just do sausage baps on the day.
Please, please.
We're insinuating that it's penises.
I'm going to make a logo like this, something like that. Smelt Sausage Fest in like bubbly writing. Please.
Oh, and then it becomes the annual gathering, the Sausage Fest.
Let's do that. That's such a good name.
I kill myself sometimes.
Oh dear.
Oh god. Sausage Fest.
Found your channel 2 days ago, 30 this year, young family, hate my job, inspired me to start up on my own small business. Failure or success, I'm super stoked for it. Well done, mate. Well done for taking the plunge.
Taking the plunge.
Strange behaviour. Awesome. Are there any female pressure washers? There are. There's one on Facebook.
Not many. There's a few. Ant, that I know, Ant Fletcher is Employee of the Week. Is Mrs. Cleans. There isn't many that fix them that are girls. It's very, in fact, the industry of the companies that repair them, when you turn up to their dealer conferences, it is a sausage fest. There's no women. There's generally no. Sonia is one of one or two in the whole country that fix them.
Mottershead says he's asked a couple of times now that his message might have been missed.
Resend it in the morning. Don't do it now because it'll get lost by the time morning comes. Resend it at some point tomorrow and I'll get Ronaldo or Helen on it and they'll sort you out, buddy. Not a problem.
I can hear that.
Right. If we don't answer you at work, it's because it's got lost. Just resend it the next day and we'll pick it up. Do you know what I mean? It's not intentional. As I talked about earlier, we just haven't got an active CRM yet, an effective way of dealing with it. And I think that's going to be something that's going to evolve with us as well. I didn't expect to be having to do it, you know.
I really I think you should do what I'm doing and just say, if you've got an inquiry and it's regarding equipment, please fill out this contact form, and then they're in order. Then you get the emails through in order so you can see who was first. And you can't do that when you just amalgamate everything. You can't see who was first. And if it's this for me separates the people that are messing me about and they just want a quick price from the people that actually want the work done because they're putting the effort in to click the link and fill out the contact form. Those are the people that I'm actually interested in helping.
Yeah, they'll put the time in. You see, a lot of the people that would message us, if we don't get back to them, so to give you an idea of how fickle this industry is, we could have a message on a weekend, and if we don't get back to somebody within a few hours, the next message we get is, "Oh, it doesn't matter now. I brought one from somewhere else."
Yeah. I mean, you can also appreciate that these people are, they're coming into that, they're having issues every day and stuff fails and they want like a quick fix, but that's not, it can't, it's impossible. If you want a quick fix, you just need to start buying stuff off Amazon. And
well, as you found, there's some stuff that's that on the market. There is definitely entry level, there's definitely mid, and there's definitely high end. And usually that means that the high end stuff lasts.
Yep.
The performance difference actually between the cheap and the premium isn't much.
I'd agree.
When you actually run the two side by side, where the difference is how long it lasts. Right, must go. It's near midnight. Jake, you've got to get up in the morning.
Same, yeah.
My Jake 2 is going to be carrying you, isn't he?
No,
what do you call Jake 2 anyway?
Jakey boy. Day off tomorrow actually. I have Tuesdays off with the little ones, so I'll be up at 6:30 with Maya. And I also need to now figure out how to balance.
Do you have the other one with you tomorrow?
Luca, yeah, he'll be here at about 9:00. But I have to.
How's your mowing going, by the way?
Amazing. He's doing so well from it. I'm going to have to balance childcare duties with trying to fix my van at the same time, so that's going to be interesting.
Are you actually going to try and fix it?
Yeah, I can do an auxiliary belt. It just depends on whether I can get the bolts loose on the alternator.
Is that not the same chat that you were just giving me, though? Because I can do an auxiliary belt on mine, but I would probably take it to the garage to spend the time concentrating on something else. Just like you're saying, I should not spend my time doing.
You know what? I'm going to take your advice there, because then I can focus on being a dad tomorrow rather than being a mechanic, and it's a better use of my time. Yeah, I'll take your advice on that.
I'm not trying to put you off from doing it.
No,
but I think the advice that you've given me tonight is, you know what, work out where your time's best spent, and then get somebody whose job it is to do the other bit. They'll
do it much quicker, much more efficiently.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
I've just put a link to the Precious Towers. Sorry, Jake. I've hijacked your chat. I've just put a link in.
You can't send links, so it's probably disappeared.
Oh, was it blocked?
Yeah.
It was a YouTube link.
Yeah.
Basically, it's YouTube at Precious Washers. It's like the company name isn't actually PWS, is it?
Got it.
Anyway, thank you, Jake. You know what? I think we have our best nights now when we do it just ad hoc.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you've got a point there.
I think when we try and plan it, it always ends up being too serious, or I have silly mugs, or you get too much beer in and
I don't drink anymore on stream. I only drink coffee.
Have you seen this? As part of my weight loss program, sugar-free water.
Nice.
No
Good choice.
pop.
No pop.
Have you noticed I've not eaten anything?
Yeah, you used to eat biscuits when we used to chat, and also whenever I come to the shop, I think you'd sink probably 6 cans of pop while I was there.
Yeah, well, I blew the blood pressure machine apart, didn't I? I blew it apart good and proper. I blew a 220 over 140.
I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that's high.
It means I should have been dead, and I wasn't sure whether to admit me to the hospital there and then.
And your heart was working overtime. Bit of a wake-up call.
No, I don't. Do you know what, right? You don't get fat overnight, and it's just, I generally don't eat bad food. I just eat a lot of food.
I'm trying to cut down on bread, but it's very difficult when you're out and about on the road. Everything contains bread. Every lunch is bread-based.
So you can see, look, you can see when Sid set fire to his van. That's the only video I've got on there. Thank you, mate, and thank you everybody else. I hope you enjoy it when I join and it adds a bit of value.
Absolutely.
If not, I don't mind keeping you company, Jay.
Yeah, and it's been good talking to you because we haven't spoke for a while. So.
No, it feels like ages. I haven't seen the dog. I haven't seen Soph. No one loves me anymore.
I know.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
really excited about Smelt Sausage Fest, though. Let's please do that, please.
It's got to be a thing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make that happen.
All right.
Right, I'm going to sign off, guys.
Thank you, mate.
Take care, everybody.
See you in a bit.
Ta-da.
Guys, I think that's got to be it, really, hasn't it? It's 4.5 hours. What am I doing? It's midnight. It's 2 minutes to midnight. Great stream. Oh, thanks. Thanks for watching. I can't believe there's still people here. That's pretty insane, to be honest. We're just talking about bloody pressure washers. Get a life. I'm not joking. I need to get a life. Does everyone enjoy this stuff? Is it chill? Is it just something to stick on in the background while you're doing what you're doing? I enjoy it. I look forward to Mondays. 24-hour stream. Gotta wait till midnight. Yeah, we'll go for another 2 minutes. We've got to, haven't we? I started early, so it's already at 4 hours 30 minutes. This is our life. Who's interested in Sausage Fest? If we organise a date, is anyone going to do Sausage Fest with me? Come and have a sausage with me. That's nice, Matt. Guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. And videos are coming. I'm just trying not to upload shit. I'm going to make some good videos. So, it's about Sausage Fest. All right, thanks everyone for watching. See you in a bizzle. Bye bye. Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit, on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching. Back